enjoys animals can really probably relate
to him.
to them, and
Mhm.
they're very good. Crimes of Grindelwald, it gets into less animals, more into like a darker story thing,
Mhm.
but at least the very first one, I highly recommend. I think it's very good.
I just have a hard time. I think I just want to preserve. I know it has nothing to do with Harry. Well, it has a
It's
part
in
in
the
Harry
same
Potter.
universe.
It's a prequel, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know. I have to.
That's
I have
okay.
maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Maybe.
It's like One Shot Man, One Punch Man.
Are you
Uh,
a purist or a
yeah,
non-purist? That's the real
yeah.
question. The
I don't know.
age-old dichotomy.
Yeah.
So
Now, I haven't
before,
seen every Harry Potter movie.
yeah, you should. Before we get started,
Mhm.
I do want to point out one thing,
Mhm.
and that's how much like his character Amic looks right now. His character's image.
Yeah, he
Oh
does
my
actually
god.
Yeah, I
look
didn't notice
a
before.
fucking shit ton like him. Davner's
Wait a
hair's a
minute.
little
What?
darker.
What are you
Davner's
talking
hair's
about?
a little darker, but Davner and David look the same.
That's the inspiration there.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Dave is just way, way taller than
Yeah.
Davner.
Maybe I'm not. You don't know.
I mean,
I've
honestly,
never
Whoa.
seen below the waist. So,
God has.
yeah.
God has
Yeah,
yet.
so there's
I've
only
never seen
3
below the
people in
waist.
here that have met me
Ayo.
in person.
You know that's
Mhm.
not what I meant, but that's what it sounds. There's no phrasing for that. Get off my
I've seen
case.
below the waist in
Listen, if
some
you guys want a
senses.
private room, I can create one for you too. And just
Yeah.
remember, consent is important.
Yes.
You know.
At least,
It's
at least,
Okay,
essential.
if consent is important, I say no.
You insinuated.
Alright.
yeah. Hello. We're just picking up what you're putting down.
Consent is important, which means I can say no at any time, and I'm saying no right
This is
now.
true. You can change your mind. It's fine.
last time
On Dragon Ball Z.
on the beacons are gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
As you all had been flying through the sky, you encountered a burning ship, exited said or saved a few people off the ship itself, and upon getting to the beach with your boat, encountered the pirates, so to speak, who were managing the ship. The ship's or captain and his crew. After a somewhat tense exchange, a few blows were thrown, a few bits of spell were cast, and all of you took down all but 3 members of the crew. One young man having run away, one tabaxi having disappeared like Goku instant transmission, and the captain, who simply bamfed his way away upon seeing most of his crew get felled. After which, you all find yourselves standing on a muddy beach. The smoke still slowly coming up from what remains of the ship that is still above water, and a grouping of somewhere around 60 individuals are waiting and staring at these people who have appeared, helped them, and taken out the crew. As they all stand there watching, sort of trading glances back and forth at each other after the rather aggressive battle all of you went through. Many of them silently sort of just watching as you begin to loot the bodies and corpses. Piling items in front of Amara, Amara begins to cast the Identify spell, which, Amara, you can pass those items around.
Okay.
And sit and wait. What do you all want to do?
I would like to rest as long as possible.
Same, but Akron, before you go to sleep, all of
Yes.
you actually just huddle together like a bunch of ducklings. We've got what looks like a morning star with like a little arm piece that one guy used. There's some armor here, a hand axe, more armor, a staff. I mean, shooty pew pew staffs thing, a sword, 2 potions. Davna, let's be honest, you're most likely going to be taking those. And that's what I got.
Anything
Ooh.
dangerous about any of them?
I didn't detect anything weird. I mean, there's an armor of radiant resistance, which might be fun with your little sword there, Rowan, being like, haha, radiant damage, what? No, not me. And then the ring armor is cast off ring armor, not really sure what that is, but it's what it is.
It's
No
a
magic
it's a
on
series
them.
of ring armor that very much so looks beaten up, pitted, dented, but it's still ring armor. It's still armor.
All right.
No magic
Did
on
you
that
detect
medallion that
any-
was found.
Cast off in the sense means somebody discarded it at some point.
Oh,
Listen.
okay. Okay. Yeah, didn't put that together. Long day.
Mhm.
Did you happen to detect any enchantment or spell on the staff?
It's a staff of withering. I didn't feel anything else about it.
What was
Okay.
the?
May
And
I
did
take
you?
a look at it?
Oh,
If
absolutely.
you
Can,
if you search in your in the equipment items, you can look up these names, and they will show you exactly what they are.
for
Oh, okay.
sanity's sake, can I just post this in adventure?
Yes.
Actually, is the arm blade in there?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is? Okay.
What are the potions? Did you find out what they were?
I think you'll be able to tell, Davna. I don't. I mean, here you go, friend.
You're
Y'all
gonna pass
taking
those
them?
over to
I'm gonna
pass
go.
those over to Davner.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's good with liquids, strange liquids.
Okay. Davner, I'm going to add those to your inventory.
Okay.
Rowan is gonna go pick up the long sword of vengeance.
Okay.
Oh, I can't use it.
I'm just gonna hold on to this. I'm not gonna use this, but I'm gonna hold on to this.
Ink Eyes is gonna go pick up the hand axe.
Okay.
And just put it back in his bag.
I'll be right back, guys. And I'm gonna go run and try to loot the body that I just splash damage killed like 100 yards away.
Start slowly jogging over there.
I'm gonna go to Amara and say, "Did you not sense any magic on that medallion that guy had?"
The medallion.
So for the check on the medallion was simply an amulet to Abraxas, and it did not hold any specific magical energies, but it did have a sort of demonic taint to it
Mhm.
that,
Taint.
while does not have a magical aspect to it, does sort of give a sort of faint essence to it. That's about it.
Okay. Have you ever heard of I mean, out of you know your way around demons. Have you ever heard of Braxis?
He's one of the demon lords, the unfathomable.
It's a little tainted, but I don't really see really much else going on with it. Would you like it?
I was gonna take it anyway, just to hang on to it, but sure.
Be my guest.
Rowan's also gonna shuffle on the cast off ring armor.
Okay.
Enjoy the taint.
The taint.
So you have the cast off ring armor. Rowan, you can go ahead and equip that if you want.
Okay.
That does leave the other armor if anyone wants to use it.
Of the radiant resistance, it's studded leather. Oh yeah,
It's pretty It's pretty much the one. It would be pretty. It would be the same AC in me, so there's no point in me taking the studded armor if I've read it correctly. So.
Okay.
I'd rather keep this elven chain.
So there's cast off ring armor. There it is. Ring mail, God.
No, it's specifically cast off ring armor.
Ring armor. Do.
I'm gonna put that axe in my bag.
I'll drop it into there if you can't find it.
Yeah, it's ring mail. It's cast off armor ring mail.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tunuk, what do you are you gonna take the arm blade?
I mean, I'm probably not going to use it. I'll take it.
Yeah,
so
you
don't
are.
have to carry it.
You're basically a walking arm blade. So
Yeah. Got two of them.
So do you think all those magic-y loot items we're supposed to get in the temple, this should generally make up for all of that loot we never got because everybody sort of died.
Yeah, I did.
Don't remind me.
I mean, Zell's here still.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's still like on the boat. He's not really with you yet. He's just sort of watching over the side, keeping the boat in effect. Because
can he see me? Like, and if I were to hold the things, I'm like, you want this shit? Like,
he could like wave across at you and go like hold on and start like bringing the ship down into the water to land, and begin to make his way over to you.
Hey God, really quick, if you don't mind taking a look at my character sheet, I just equipped the ring armor, and my AC actually went down by 2 rather than going up.
Sure.
what did you have equipped prior?
Just the studded armor.
But it was regular studded leather, right?
Mm-hmm. I had a AC of 16.
If I were to venture a guess, it's that the ring armor only has the AC bonus, whereas you get to have, with the leather armor, it being a lighter class, has the added dex AC benefit.
Probably.
It's the
I
only thing
believe
could
that
think of.
would be the case because
wow.
you're switching over to heavy armor, so it removes your dex bonus as opposed to a light armor.
Dang, that sucks. Okay, well.
Like, yeah.
No.
I mean, yeah, that's defeats the purpose of what I thought heavy armor would do.
Yeah.
It was good condition, maybe.
Well, so basically, with this, Rowan's gonna kind of do like a little, like a look to Amara, kind of like, eh.
Well, dear, I think what you already had sufficed. I mean, other one's gonna make you look bulkier, maybe not in the most flattering way. I would just old one.
Okay. If now before I even look at the radiant armor, how would that do if I had that equipped but also wielded the light blade?
It's
Like-
it's for damage against you,
Against it.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Maybe I will.
But it is to be noted that
I need to attune to it.
you will need to attune to it.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna throw back on my studded armor that Akron gave me at the beginning of the campaign. Then.
Does Devner find anything else on the other body that was just laying out in the field? Apparently now.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. But he was the when we were divvying up the gold and the drops from everything. He was the one that I was calculating in to make sure that everybody had an even amount of gold that was distributed among them.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead and make that investigation check.
24.
Nice. So, last guy that was with him was that guy.
Seems that I can't really stay away from this studded armor as I like put it
It's
on.
a boomerang.
Always comes back to me, I guess.
Stud for stud.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, I just want something better so I can take some more hits like Tonic over there.
I mean, trust me, I'm a big target. It's way easier to just not get hit in the first place, but
He's
I'm gonna
got a
try.
point. Maybe you should take notes.
Are you telling me to dodge?
I mean, it helps. Yeah, I usually
mean,
recommend
I
it.
have been working on it though.
I
Keep
do it all
at
the time. I could help you out, maybe.
Yeah, maybe teach me do some
Hi, man.
agility
Feeling-
training,
starting to feel a
something
little bit
light on my toes.
better as time goes
Yeah,
on.
do
And
some ninja flips.
not like I'm
Be
gonna
dexterous if you want to dodge. You seem
punch
pretty dexterous already, though.
people in the face.
If I
for
were to
being
learn your monk
choked.
ways, Ink, you think you could teach me some stuff?
Definitely. It wouldn't be easy, though.
Or learn that little pop thing you do, That'd be kind of cool.
I
Yeah,
would love to learn how to just like reach out and pop people's heads like tunic. Like, is that something I could learn?
Oh yeah, you just got to work on your gains like this, and I'm gonna find a big rock and I'm gonna try and pick it up.
Make a strength check.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over
Davner.
there and touch like her bicep.
Yes.
Davner, you don't find anything item-wise extra. That was he was actually the one that was carrying the sword of vengeance.
20. 11 plus 9.
11 plus 9, so soft 20. You reach up and you're like, see this big boulder, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna lift this. It like initially it like doesn't quite go, and like eventually though, it sucks out of the mud, and you just like feel it being lifted into the air, and you're straining it, and you're like, "Ugh," and you have it up in the air, and it's like this giant boulder that's above his head.
I'm just
But
gonna
yeah.
go and huck it back over a little and drop it back in the mud.
There you go. He's like, it
Everybody
lands in
make
his
a dex check.
Throw it at you guys. Jesus, what kind of psychopath you think I am?
So-
but Davner,
Well, me too.
he was the one who was carrying the sword of vengeance. And I just went ahead and included him in the general check. Just because I wanted to make sure that you wouldn't find anything else or additional. Based on previous checks, though, I will go ahead and add with that you do find a small. You've already found the sheaf of papers on the other guy. You do find a small pouch that probably contains 4 diamonds,
Okay.
worth about 250 apiece.
I'll
Whoa.
Money.
I'll bring it back to the group and be like, well, this is all I found. I'm assuming we probably hawk it somewhere, or maybe one of you guys needs it for your magic.
Magic.
Not me. What about you guys? I'll take the money, obviously.
I'm just good for the money.
I'm gonna hold on to that sword though, if that's okay with everybody.
You're gonna hold on to the long sword of vengeance.
Just gonna
Okay.
hold on.
Look, if you guys, those other weapons, if no one's using them, you don't want to carry them. I can carry them. Like kind of like wiggle my ring finger.
Oh, please. Akron, is there a reason why you don't use staffs? I thought sorcerers did that.
Well,
The
this
sticks.
staff is for a specific kind of magic that is not for me.
Oh. So
Sorry.
well, I do have another staff that I've never used. It's like it's for charming people. I don't know if you'd be that perhaps.
Would I be able to use that staff?
Is it a wizard staff? I think that's what he's asking.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'll look it up and I'll let you know. I am starting to feel a bit like a merchant, so I'm just gonna stop. Stop Amara's wares. Sounds like
And just to clarify, God, they haven't boarded the ship yet, right?
No,
They're
nobody has
still waiting
boarded
for
the ship.
us. Okay.
Yeah, this is all like just right at the aftermath of the battle between you and the crew. The crowd is all like just standing there, just sort of like awkwardly watching as all of you are talking and sort of passing this material around, and they're just sort of paying attention.
Do you guys have?
And as far
Go ahead.
I was gonna say is as far as the staff of charming, that's the staff you're talking about, Amara, right?
Yes, I got that from that guy. Right.
Mhm,
For Critias?
Yeah.
mhm.
Jeez.
But I have
Which iteration?
well, the
All of them.
recent.
The Staff of Charming can be used by a bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, and wizard, and
Okay.
it does
Ah.
require attunement.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how to
That-
use all of those yet, so I'm just like,
I would be able to attune to it. You know what? I'll hold on to it for now.
I might huck this axe at Zelenis's way. It doesn't seem like my sort of deal.
All right.
About that
So
time, Zelenis
you-
does sort of like make his way up onto the beach and is walking towards you all, sort of just watching and looking at everything that's happened around you. What's happened here?
And guys, at this point, is going to be very shifty and hand him the axe and say, "Careful, it's magical."
I'm gonna point. I'm gonna point at the guy, smash the face, and be like, that guy verbally accosted Amara, so I killed him, and then we killed everybody else.
There was one cat
Oh.
guy, he was really, really fast. He was like way faster than me, even.
if it's worth any consolation, they were slavers. So there's that.
Okay. And he's like he's been hit with just several different things. And he's like holding an axe in his hand, and he's like, oh, okay. Do you know if slavery is legal here?
Even if it is, that's highly immoral, and I do not support it.
And he talked about making myself and a corn slave, so not the greatest for us. Either way, not a problem.
Well, that is true. And he sort of like shifts and in Evord, we banned all uses of slavery or anything remotely relating to it. Nor have we done business with anyone who's dealt with it. Do you know if it's legal here? He's like, his eyes are passing back and forth between all of you.
And guys is going to give the hugest shrug he's ever given to anybody.
Did you kill them all at least?
No,
Well,
the cat guy got away. He was extremely fast.
And
Rowan's gonna put a
blind.
thumb over his shoulder towards the way that they were running. They're gone.
and the captain barely. He's gonna die in the woods. He'll be fine. Probably.
Okay. Well, nothing we can do about that now. Is everyone else okay?
I
And he
think
starts
so.
looking around and checking everything. Okay.
Rowan's gonna yell to the group, to the group of people. Is there anybody that is in need of immediate assistance, medically wise?
You see
Are any
a
of you
couple
hurt?
of people like sort of raise their hands, and they've got like burns on their arms and shoulders. Some people who look very scorched. One or two that probably look exhausted from the swim from the boat to the actual like bank of the river. For the most part, though, no one looks seriously injured, except for the people who are on the ground.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to the group, kind of get them close. All right, so we take the elderly, right, and we take those who are down, and we leave the rest, right?
I'm fine with that.
Anybody else?
Do any of these people know how to survive while we're away?
Well,
Well,
a few of them said that they
What
were
time is it,
capable.
by the way?
I gave
It's
that one.
it's coming up on dusk.
I gave that one woman a sword and a bunch of rations, and she looked
Mm,
capable.
well,
She was big.
One way or another, I would recommend that we stay here for the evening. Set up camp.
I agree. We can show
We
them.
heal up and get ready for the decision to move in the morning. But I would say that we should take anybody that's not able to defend themselves to capacity on the boat, on the ship.
Well, about how long do you think it would take the troublemakers to get to town? To me, just an idea. Dropping these people off before they figure out that we did things that maybe are legal there would be a better idea. I don't know.
Did you see that Catman take off? He's already there.
I was thinking we should probably relocate away from here, set them up a place that's maybe close but safer, and then we can come back.
That's a better idea.
That
Do
could
we-
work just fine.
Do we even want to come back? I mean, if those slavers left and it's illegal here, then we come back and we're in trouble. We get to town and they beat us there, we're in trouble again.
And
I'm
we're
not
About
gonna
the same-
lie, I don't give a
it-
shit if it's legal or not. I don't care for it.
It's about this time that you hear sort of hello. Hello. Excuse me. And you see one of the posture dressed individuals off to the side, sort of like indicating that you should come over to him. Like, excuse me. Uh liberators of
Yes.
us?
Yes, can we help you?
Yes. I would like to go home, and my cadre here would like to go home as well. He indicates about 7 people who are sort of right next to him, also very finely dressed, with an additional 4 guards that appear to be with him. They were definitely passengers on the ship itself. Yes. If you would like to take us home, we can certainly pay you for your time and effort. It appears that this captain has run off in the event of an emergency, and you would be entitled to his pay were you to get us home. You do see he is a sort of a human male, older, sort of a half beard, just sort of looking at you, very finely dressed.
I'll be the first to say that's a no. We're taking the women and children, the wounded.
Well, I'm
There's-
simply saying that you should take my mother and me, her child.
Are you hurt at all?
If I stay out here and have to sleep on the ground, I certainly will not be feeling well. I can make it worth your while.
Can I ask you something real quick here? You paid for passage. That's what you just said, right?
Of course. Half
What-
on initial and then the other half when I get there.
What exactly was the events that got you to where we found you?
Oh, well, I was up at the mouth of the river into the ocean some days ago. We were
No, it's my
moving our
work
way
shirt.
through the
I'll go
various rivers,
change, but
and
coming
the
at
captain
me.
stopped to take on more cargo.
I love you.
Ah,
Good.
I
Bye.
was simply a passenger. I had no idea that there were individuals inside of his cargo, and I was just moving with.
Ink Eyes is gonna insight check that. He's gonna play lie detector.
Roll a d20.
Yeah, insight.
I think Rowan would also as well. Just
Go
listening
ahead.
to this guy
If
talk.
you could assist me, I have a +8 and I'm proficient in it.
Yes, I will assist you.
All right. So advantage. That is a 22.
Okay.
Did you get? Or you just get advantage? Okay.
Yeah, I was just letting him. I was helping him.
Okay.
You had an advantage.
I feel like it's something.
Well, he's
All
got
right,
a roll
1 second.
for deception. Don't matter because I'm gonna intimidate the fuck out of this.
Abner's just like, can we go, guys? Let's get the fuck out of here.
Whoa.
Yeah, because she helped.
Keep assisted, yeah.
Oh yeah, so
Ugh.
check the group chat. It's technically not the right group chat, but what are
Oh, yeah,
y'all's
yeah, yeah,
opinions
yeah.
on should we drink them?
Uncontrolled.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh,
It's like
things have
5 bad
changed.
things and a very good thing.
Oh, walls. What? What happened?
Hang on a second.
Did they draw? Oh no, they probably in secrets or something. Group chat. Beto.
Restart. Yeah.
Cool. I like number 2.
There we go.
Thing. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Al, you have to turn your camera back on.
All right.
Mm.
Guys would come out and say, "Well, certainly a man such as your stature could survive out in the woods for a measly few days."
This is an outrage. I am offering to pay for your ship that flies to my city. You can get us there in just a few days, I'm sure.
Your city.
Well, the city of my origin, yes.
Are you sure you weren't aware of what was being transported?
I had some inclination that there may be something going on, but I had no idea that this sort of slavery nefariousness was happening.
That's a lie.
Is slavery legal?
What?
Is slavery legal in this
Certainly,
area?
certain levels of conscription is perfectly legal in this area, depending on who you are and what you have paid for.
Did you pay for these?
By no means are these mine. All of my servants are very well paid and taken care of.
Well, you seem to know they were on board before you climbed on the ship.
No, these were certainly brought in after I was on the ship, as I was brought on well before they came.
Hmm.
Which is the case.
Right.
We'll take your mother, but you stay.
You see an older, like, I can't leave him. We can't leave him alone. What kind of? What
You'll
kind
be
of brutes will leave
defended,
my
he's
child here
fine.
alone with these individuals who have no idea what they're? Mother, calm down. It will be. Look, no, this is an outrage. Who do you think you are? You're going to take us to the city and get us there safely. Do you understand me? And this older, sort of very severe-faced woman just moves forward with a very high-choked collar and dress, and she's like got her finger pointing out at you and it's like staring very angrily at you, Rowan and Inca, since you two have been talking here. Just no, you are going to take us home. Do you understand me, young man?
We don't have
Rowan-
enough room for your son. I'm sorry.
Rowan's gonna have some flashbacks from
And
being
you
at
can
home.
stay here, and he can come. If you are so concerned about these people, you can stay here and protect them. We have offered to pay you, and we can pay well enough for shitty service.
Ma'am,
We don't need your money.
ma'am, we helped you.
No,
And-
I mean,
I was already off the ship that time you showed up to help individuals.
Who do you think let you out of that cage, out of that ship?
She was not.
She wasn't in
was
the
she-
cage.
Not
Oh,
in the
right.
cage.
Yeah.
He's the pump. Yeah. I don't
Yes.
know why my
Yeah.
brain did the
Mhm.
pooping.
Well
Anyway.
then, ma'am, if you want to stay with your son, you're more than welcome to. But you are also more than welcome on the ship. But he is not coming with us. This first route.
Is an outrage. This is it. I will have your heads. I will have your ship. I will have everything that you are. Who are you?
I'm just gonna walk up behind her and be like, lady, if you want, you can stay with your son.
Oh, that's what Rowan just told her. That's why she's all upset. Then Rowan is just gonna lean forward, say, "I'm Rowan. Nice to meet you. These are my friends, who just saved you from possible harm. We could leave you here and not come back."
Make an intimidation check.
I'm assisting on this.
It's a straightforward though. She is a Karen who is very upset.
She is a Karen, but I just for flavor, Ink Eyes is definitely assisting.
I
Okay.
got a 14. What is my intimidation?
I'm gonna crawl over to Tunuk and kind
It's
of
a
like
14.
pretend to say it quietly, but loud enough for her to hear. Be like, I mean, the bitchy one does look kind of tasty.
I'm not transformed right now, bro. I'm not in alligator mode.
They did see you
Whatever,
as a
bro.
dragon, though.
This is true. This is true.
This is true.
Hmm.
With a 14 though, with the amount of people that you're around, and the fact that you implied that you could leave her here. Well, I never.
Or eat her.
Or eat her. Well, I never. Just hooligans. That's what you are. Brutes. And she's gonna turn around and walk away from the circumstance and over to her son.
I think a few days out in the woods will do these pompous types some good, though.
Rowan's gonna let out a long sigh and just say nobles, and then just kind of walk to the rest of the group. As I said, we'll take the wounded onto the ship and take the elderly. We'll stay here for the night, but those wounded and the elderly can stay on the ship for the night, right? I'm gonna turn to the
One
group.
of the older woman that Ink Eyes had handed a sword off to with a couple of rations. She's currently bent down and handing out food to some of the more younger individuals or the ones who appear to have been needing a meal who have been in cages. She stands up with the sword in her hand. She's like, "Well, I think that would be fine. If you could get at least some of us back to a safe location, that would be useful for us, yes."
We'll find somewhere
Not
you
bad
can
guy.
camp.
That's where
If
that
you
would
don't,
be good.
if you don't know how, we'll show you.
No, me and my people have always camped, but we got pulled into things that we aren't needed.
Need bedrolls, tents, anything?
We can make do. But if you can get the most injured of us home or to the city,
At
somewhat
that,
secretly, if you can, it would be appreciated.
will do. At that, Ink Eyes is gonna start picking up some of the more heavily wounded people and going onto the ship and putting them in bunks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rowan's gonna
The
start
sh-
helping.
The ship is docked off the edge of the water now. There is a gangplank that Zelenis activated and extended out to it, so you will be able to walk directly onto the ship itself.
Even if it wasn't the case, I was gonna say I have my feet so I could just Jesus over there and walk up the side of the ship.
Oh man, don't have fighting
Um,
experience.
Ignoring the gangplank, you see his Ink Eyes just picks up a woman and walks out onto the water. And as he does, like she gets and like starts grabbing a hold and holding on tighter, as he just walks across the top of the running water, and then steps up onto the edge of the boat and just walks up the boat. Ink Eyes, make a strength check for me.
Oh god.
Lean over and I'm like, is that entirely necessary?
I
It's
think he's
not. You hear
think
Ink Eyes say.
taking a take advantage of his skills, I
Okay,
suppose.
What a
strength. You
show-off.
said
Yes.
6. I drop her.
6? Okay. As you begin to walk up the ship itself, she's holding on to you, and she's a rather buxom, attractive young lady, and you're like slightly distracted as you put your foot up and then next foot, and she just falls off of your arms and lands into the water. You hear like a sputtering.
And guys is immediately going to fall off the wall of the ship and grab her and go use the gangplank.
Okay. You drop off the side of the ship, and you get her into a thing, and you like start pulling her inside, and then you walk back over to the gangplank and start walking.
He's going to mutter, "I'm so sorry. I just wanted to show off."
Make a make a charisma
Charisma.
check.
Even if she doesn't accept it, it is
Wouldn't that be like a
sincere.
saving throw at this point?
You know what?
Oh no.
No. It's charisma
I was about
check.
to say, yeah, because my charisma saving throw is better.
Rowan
Okay.
is going to start helping on. I'm assuming at this time this is happening. Rowan's walking up the gangplank with
Yes.
That's
somebody.
a 9.
A 9. She slaps you. It's like,
So before
carries herself, and she has like a really badly burned shoulder, and she just carries herself up the gangplank, giving you kind of a half dirty look as she does.
I'm gonna go help other people and not do that.
Okay.
uh
Amara.
I'm not gonna help. I'm going to
Okay.
take 4 torches because I have an unseemly amount of torches, and
Okay.
I guess I'm helping, but I'm not putting them on the fucking ship.
Okay.
I'm gonna just give the lady, that strong lady, she seems capable, 4 torches in case they light. And
Okay.
I mean, it's not much, but I hope this helps. I have no idea where we are, how long it'll take, but at least a little bit of light, and then
No, it's much appreciated, darling. And she actually stops for a second and looks at you and is peering kind of deeply. Amara, roll a wisdom save for me, please.
oh the save, she gonna kill me. I rolled 15.
Okay. Amara, you hear as a voice speaks softly in your head. From one daughter of Loth to another, thank you. And as you look up, you peer and you see as a faint movement of a glamour across her face, and you see a dark-skinned elf-like being underneath. And she
I-
nods at you and takes the torches.
I'm gonna give it to her, but Amara is very panic stricken right now. And just go onto the ship and into the control room.
Okay.
Am I able to see Amara panicking?
You are too busy getting slapped.
Okay.
Davner's just gonna
Fair enough.
go on the ship and kind of keep an eye on like who we're bringing on board and
Okay.
make
Davner,
sure.
make a perception check. Between Rowan and Ink Eyes, I want y'all to do this individually. Roll medicine checks to see if you can figure out who the most hurt individuals are. Akron, you can join in on this because of the nature of your divineness.
Yeah.
24.
Okay.
16 medicine check.
23.
Okay. Akron?
It is an 18.
Okay. Between the three of you, you begin to actually, Akron, and I hate to say this, roll it with disadvantage.
Oh. That's
Oh,
fine.
he's tired.
Would Rowan, while assisting the people, see Amara kind of just rush up on the ship?
And that 20.
You would actually, because you're helping. You would see like you're helping somebody onto the bridge, and like you see as Amara, like a cat with its tail on fire, straight past you up the actual gangplank and into the small little cubby that serves as the cabin-ish area of the boat. Between the three of you, though, you do find 17 full individuals who are injured to the point of needing some form of medical attention beyond the curing wounds. Their burns are that bad.
Okay.
We don't have
And
any medicine kits, do we? So we can't really apply any bandaging or anything.
We can check for a first
See?
aid kit on the ship.
you could.
Yeah, I guess Ink Eyes will do that.
Rowan's
Dabner,
gonna.
you do see as like the individuals who were speaking and yelling earlier, the older lady and the guy, are clustered up with another probably 10 individuals, and seem to be having very animated gesticulations off the edge of the boat.
Are they on? They're not on the boat, are they?
No,
No,
they're like
no,
near the.
they're
I'm just keeping an
above
eye
them.
on the crowd because Devner doesn't like this.
Okay. Rowan is gonna lean off the ship to Tunnock. Tunnock, if you don't mind, and he's gonna kind of point to the group of people, and then Rowan's gonna go and talk to Amara.
Well, really quick then, Tunnock.
He's
Oh
on the phone, I
God!
think.
You realize now suddenly as Tunnock has gone invisible and he's no longer there.
He's a ghost! He was a wraith the
Whoa!
whole time!
He's
Poor
actually just
bit
standing very
invisible.
incredibly still.
Mhm.
All of our sight is based on movement.
It's true. It's true. He has
Especially for
learned
D&D characters.
he has learned the secret art of standing so still as to become invisible. And in fact, just watching him do that, Akron realizes that he too has the ability to go completely invisible so long as he's not moving.
Wait,
Now all I can think
I
of
got
is
this
Tunnock
too.
is basically just Drax.
I know.
Hell yeah.
Right, Blind?
Oh no, I
Uh,
just fucking idiots don't know how to. No, nothing.
Yeah.
Good. We're good.
Work stuff.
Work.
blind,
So,
blind
It
saint.
wasn't even that. It's, I don't know. It's how hard to fulfill his food service order. It's not rocket
Oh.
science.
well, Tunnock, while you were gone, you became Drax the Destroyer instead. You must now avenge your wife and child.
Sure. Works for
No.
me. I gained something. I had a wife and child now, so
No, it's crazy. No, as you were as you were standing off to the side, practicing the art of being super invisible by standing still, um, Rowan shouted over to you saying, and Davner began to gesticulate towards the grouping of posh motherfuckers and their guards, who all seem to be having a very large and loud conversation, off to one side.
So what you said you guys want to approach him is what you said, right?
No, that
Well,
was
no.
just
like we're keeping an eye on them because they're
Oh yeah,
looking kind of violent.
Kind of sus.
yeah. No, I kind of gave like a thumbs up in the screen. That was when you. I thought we'd make sure we weren't actually going to go over there and approach them. We are just watching them for now. So still just watching them.
okay. Do me a favor and make a perception check on your end, and this will be
Sure.
tied with Davner's to make sure that you're keeping a general eye on the crowd itself.
All right.
While
12
that's
plus
happening,
4, it's a
can
16.
I check for a medicine kit on the ship?
Make an investigation.
Investigation. Damn. I ain't gonna find shit. Yeah, 6. I don't find shit.
Yeah, you start moving around. You find a strange sort of case that is empty. It looks like it maybe held 3 sort of cylindrical devices and a large sort of headpiece, but it's completely empty. So you like close it, shut it, and throw it off to the side. Beyond that, you do find a sort of cupboard off to one side, and you open it up, and it does have like a medical indicator on it. And inside, it's completely empty because, like an asshole, somebody forgot to restock the med kits.
Those bastards.
It's not.
Rewind.
It's not.
Rewind.
It's not being, MSHA safe or, dealing with any kind of safety. So, that's a thing.
And guys, it's just face palming. We're gonna have so much blood on our beds.
Well, I might be able to. If we get out of here, we might be able to find some stuff in the woods, and I'll like keep an eye on the crowd. I'll kind of toss them the 2 alchemy books that I have. Like, there might be something in here if you want to find it for me.
Not being proficient in any alchemist tools, Ink Eyes is going to flip through the book and say, I have no idea what any of this is, and just put it on the counter. And
Okay.
just go back to helping people.
Amara, how's your
Okay.
alchemy?
Amara is currently hidden in the upper cabinet.
Yeah, I'm far away.
Oh. And I can't message.
You could.
You're not in. Oh, it could.
Yeah, she's close enough for that.
Okay, I'd like to message to Amara because I know she gets message back. How is your alchemy?
Where does a sky find that?
I would find that in where right above
Tools?
alchemy tools, like
Mhm.
in the tools, like right above languages, where you would find languages, which is
Oh.
on the left hand side.
Nope.
Okay, she is not proficient with alchemy.
Okay.
I'm proficient in things that I don't even use.
I mean, that's most tools in D&D.
The only crafts that she knows are necromantic.
That's all you need.
And Abner's not
Mhm.
really even proficient in alchemy. He just knows how to do basic things in alchemy and
He's
make
a guy who
poisons.
read a book.
So Rowan is gonna go look for Amara.
I went to a TED Talk once.
No, into a TED Talk.
Basically.
That'll be the next feat I make. Rowan, you would have seen where Amara went. She's sort of in that area where you had Zelenis sort of tucked away.
Okay. Is Amara like sitting on the ground, or is she?
Oh, she's huddled on the ground. She just.
Like in a corner, literally.
Yep.
Okay. Rowan's gonna kind of knock on the wall. Hey, you okay?
Well, I've been better. Just at a shell shock.
Rowan's gonna like sit on the wall next to her and kind of like put his forearms on his knees. Well, Tunnock really rocked that guy's world for you.
Did. All of you really did, and I greatly.
Yeah. Is there something else bothering you? Usually you can kind of handle that stuff.
There was the woman that could take care of herself, given rations
Okay.
out. She isn't a normal woman. She's like me, but pale. And she greeted me as a daughter of Loth, and I forget that that was once who I was, and what that means. Being a daughter of Loth is no kind, gentle thing. It's pretty horrible, Rowan. I was pretty horrible. Changed a lot, and I've left Loth, but to hear her name again, just I feel sick. I feel very sick.
I'm assuming what you did wasn't good for
No.
this Princess of Law.
Is Ink Eyes around during this conversation, or?
He is not. You are
Okay.
currently dealing with those stuff.
This
All
is
right.
the 2 of them.
Yeah, just making sure.
So where I'm from, when you have capabilities, I hid my necromancy, but I couldn't hide all of my magic, and they put you through rigorous trials and training to become priestesses of Loth, and it is a lot of torture. Our people kill one another constantly because all they care about is what house is the most powerful, and I get that she seems to have left as well, but just to be reminded of that, even with a word, it seems so silly, but I truly thought I left it behind. I've changed my goddess. I've tried to erase myself, and it's just
I can't imagine what you've been through wherever you are from, and torture. I'm sorry you've been through that. But what I see in front of me now is a strong woman, a different woman. Move forward with that one. Don't change yourself too much. But it's our past will come and haunt us every now and then. But shoot, it's when that time comes, how do we handle it? Do we face the demon, or do we run?
I'm just gonna lean over and put my head on his shoulder.
He's gonna like pat her head, and he's gonna kind of put his head on her head too, and just be like, "You'll be okay. I don't know. Maybe you can help her. She's gone. She's not with the Princess of Loth. I don't know what the groups are called. Maybe she doesn't want to worship her anymore. Maybe you can sway her into worshiping whoever you worship, because it's pretty amazing."
I think eventually I could tell you a story.
I like stories. My mom used to tell them to all the time. But Rowan's gonna kind of slap his knees and stand up, and he's gonna put his hand down to her. People need our help. Maybe you can tell stories another time.
All right.
And you want to come? Or you need a moment?
Grab his hand and I'll get up. Grudgingly.
I'm gonna pull her into a big hug.
While this is happening and y'all are having this discussion upstairs and this coming in, Tunuk, you and Davner see as the posh-looking individuals are beginning to sort of compile and file towards the actual gangplank of the boat. The older, posh-looking individual is walking sort of very determinedly to the plank itself. He is flanked on either side by two sets of guards armed with crossbows.
Can I retract the gangplank with my remote control with the slate?
Make an intelligence check.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know if that was something I discovered yet already or not.
Davner's gonna round the corner because I'm assuming I'm standing kind of like next to the gangplank, probably
18
standing on
plus
something looking
1,
over.
19.
Davner, what you let me hear yours really quick, Davner.
I'm gonna basically walk around the corner and pull my bow out and just kind of stand there with it strung out and
Okay.
be like, "What are you doing?"
We never got a
Davner-
rest, did we?
Nope, you haven't rested yet. Davner, you run up to the edge of the boat, to the gangplank, and you reach down, you grab the flask, and you pull it out, and as you do, it just melts in your hand and extends out into a bow, and you stand there looking down. As Tunuk, you immediately reach down to the slate, and looking at it for a second, you go, ah, and you turn a small dial on it, and it just sort of the gangplank just sort of begins to retract into the boat itself, off of the shore itself. As it does, it's right about that moment that the first footfall of the posh man onto the gangplank hits, and it just yanks it out from under him. And he just like, what is the meaning of this?
What's
And
the
he
meaning of what
turns.
you're doing? This looks pretty threatening, you coming up with all these armed guards.
Sir, I can have you and all of your friends thrown into jail for what you have done. I'm getting on this boat, and we are
Well-
going to my city.
Your
It's-
city.
Seems like you don't have the upper hand here, buddy.
What do you mean by your city? Are you like the king or something?
I am the regent of the city, yes. I was traveling on this boat undercover. And you see as individuals behind him begin to sort of flock out and around. Though they... And Davner, you would be able to see this with your passive perception. Tunuk, you probably could tell this yourself. You do see is at least a couple of the individuals, though they were in posh attire, appear to be able to carry themselves in a way that doesn't indicate royalty or someone who is not skilled, as they begin to sort of slowly flank out. And he goes, you are going to let me on this boat and get those people off of there now, and we are going to go to my city.
The call for Zelenus to come.
Is we the mouse in your pocket? Because you're not getting on this boat.
He turns
say-
and looks up at you.
I'm gonna say like hold a hand out real quick, Davner, and be like,
Let's see if we can verify the story first. If you're a politician, you understand that we don't just always take certain things at face value.
Make a persuasion check.
okay. That is 17 plus 1, so 18.
18. That's not bad. He goes, well, I never. Fine. How are you planning on verifying?
Well, you must have some kind of house symbol or official documentation, something along those lines. There's always crests and heralds and all sorts of shit that regents and various other forms of political power have to represent their authority. Even if you're undercover.
He goes, of course. And he holds out his hand, and on his hand is a very large ring that appears to have some very interesting designs on the center of it. Davner, you are still on the boat. You wouldn't be able to see the ring itself. Tunuk, you were right there in front of it, so make an intelligence check.
God.
Good
Is
luck.
Zelenus coming by chance?
Did you want him to come?
Oh no, I just called for like Zelenus, kind of like when I was
okay.
doing the whole thing for
Oh.
Davner to stop.
Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just do this.
That's a 13, 12 plus 1.
You shouted out Zelenus, and on the other side of the ship, like where that's now kind of packed with people, he's up. Hold on, and he starts. Excuse me. He starts starting to push his way through. Tunuk, you look down at this ring, and just looks like a ring that's gaudy to you.
Not gonna lie, I'm not from around here, if you call that. So, it's nothing I recognize, but it doesn't mean that you can't be potentially telling the truth. So,
Someone
I got.
He's
if I don't
Saying
recognize it, I don't
something.
recognize it. You want me to just go with my default reaction of I don't recognize it, so... Or do you want me to at least ask someone who might know?
Fine. Who do you think would know?
The guy I just called for. Zealous.
You hear is like, oh, I'm coming. Hold on. Eventually he makes his way and he's like, where'd the gangplank go?
Ugh.
We
the
got a
suspense.
situation.
What's what? And Davner, Zelinus looks down and goes, what's going on?
Well, this asshole thinks he's getting on our boat.
The hell he think he is? And he's looking at you and like looks over, Tunuk, indicating the
mean-
gangplank.
I mean, I'm gonna flip it so that you can
Yeah.
go down.
Really, we just need to determine, do you recognize this symbol? Is this guy, like, you know, regent to the crown or some shit? Sorry to
Yeah.
be disrespectful.
He moves down the gangplank as it's like extending
Using
out,
Region
and he
of the
sort of
Crown
jumps
Island.
off at the bottom. And he holds his hand up because, like, immediately as soon as the gangplank hits the ground, the regent guy begins to like try and walk onto it. And he goes, "Excuse me, my name's Zelinus. I'm from the city of Avord. If you step your foot onto my ship, I will remove it." And he just stops looking at this regent guy, who blusters for a second. I am the regent of Dragonreach. Let me see your ring. He reaches out and like holds it up. Zelinus takes it for a second and looks at it. All right. And he looks up at you, Tunuk, and he goes, "The ring is real. It is the insignia of Dragonreach. What do you
Well-
want to do?"
I mean, if you believe that it is legitimate, do you do you know anybody? Do you know the regent or whom he represents to verify that this person didn't just find it on? Yeah, you know. I mean, I don't want to take it. I don't know this area like you do. You gotta tell me if these guys are posing, considering they're already sneaking around pretty clandestine-like.
You're right. This may be a fake. I wouldn't be able to tell.
Ready to
And
get to be
he's-
as old as I am without being suspicious.
That's very smart of you. And he stops and he looks at the regent guy. He goes, "One of you can come. Figure out who now. If you argue with me, I will burn you to the cinders and hide the body." And he is going to make an intimidation check. Oh
With
shit!
advantage. With advantage.
I would say, yeah. I'll give Zelinus advantage.
Giant buff dragon man is right next to him, so
This is true. Plus Davner, who's up top and has an arrow drawn at him.
a siege weapon.
Well,
they
it's
saw
not even
shoot
like-
100 fucking.
It's not even
feet.
drawn. It's more like it's knocked and kind of like at the ready position to where
Is it in normal or ballista mode?
it's in normal mode.
It's normal mode? Okay. So let me just because. Let's just see.
you'd break some of the floor paneling in the ship if it was in ballista mode because you have to smash it into the ground.
No. So it's not terrible. Let's see. Yeah. So it's a dirty 19. He looks down, and for a second, this regent or whatever his name is, sort of halts and just gives a look, and he looks to the side at the two individuals who are like on either side of him, and then the older woman who is standing off to one side as well. Fine. I believe that we can come to some sort of understanding. I need to at least go with my mother.
We'll look at Zelenis. Kind of give like a. See if he seems too opposed to it. I mean,
Zelenis is sitting there and looking, and he looks up at you, Davner, and he looks at you, Tonuk, and he goes, "This is y'all's mission. I did not want to interfere with it. What would you like to do?"
Well, I mean, we agreed women and children and wounded. And if we're going to make an exception for this asshole.
yeah, I was just going to turn around and go 1 or 2. 1 or 2.
Might as well.
It was fine.
Fair. All right, you two can come with us. That was your initial proposition in the first place, but a little more upfront.
Also,
Who
your
y'all are.
guards can stay and protect the other ones. I'm going to point to the group of people that are probably still getting food passed out to them.
I'm going to point up to him and be like,
Terms and conditions.
He stops for a second. He looks back slightly at a couple of the guards. There's a sort of a nodding of a head, discussion. Okay. And he sort of picks himself up. I believe that will work for me. I guess that's Mother. And the woman who was kind of a harpy moves
She's like really
forward,
got his balls in her hand.
and begins to like
she's just like
snootily
"Urgh."
looking
It's
at
like,
never
real
and
balls in hand.
begins walking up the gangplank. He starts to walk
No
forward
balls.
himself.
No balls at all.
Right about the time
Welcome
his foot hits the gangplank, a hand pops out and rests onto his shoulder. And you hear another voice kick in. I believe that is all that we have and can get out of this, sir. Go guard the individuals, and we will move forward. Mother, stop being a hobby. And he begins walking up the gangplank as one of the guards pushes him backwards and towards the crowd, and the guard begins walking up the gangplank.
All right. Now I think we're all on the same page, or a lot closer at least.
The guard individual stops and turns and looks at you, Tunuk, and goes, "Yes, it's true. We are. I am Matthias. I am the regent of Dragonbreach." And so you see a middle-aged man, sort of a full beard on his face, looks dirty, grimy, but with a stronger jaw, much more matching the harpy of a woman who was yelling at you. And he bows his head and goes, "My people had to try as best they could." And he just
I
sort of
understand.
picks his shoulders up and he starts walking up the way.
and then I'll be the last to go up because I imagine Zelenis was already on his way up.
Zelenis is sitting at the end of the gangplank with his just eyes narrowed. Goes, "I hate royalty."
They get tiresome. Come on.
And I'll just kind of like usher for us to go up behind them up the gangplank.
Amara and Rowan, you see as it starts trickling down the number of people who are being brought onto the ship. Akron probably was helping a little bit more as Inca, as he were sort of funneling people up to who were the most injured up to the actual gangplank. This sort of confrontation happens, sort of a loud series of talking. And you see as the very shrewish Karen of a woman walks up the edge and stands on the actual deck of the ship, and then one of the guards comes up behind her, and she's sort of looking around. She sees like the small little half cabin area, and she sort of just starts making a beeline towards that, and eventually like, move it, get out of my way, yeah, move, and comes up, and she encounters you two sort of still standing there, having just gotten up, and are turning to look at each other after Rowan has given you sort of a spine cracking hug, Amara. This woman comes up. Is this what you call guest quarters? Well, I guess it'll have to do. What are you doing in here?
Ma'am?
And you see as this woman just walks directly up to you and is just half an inch into y'all's faces.
Rowan's gonna kind of push Amara aside and step right in front and just.
How far behind
Hello.
am I in Zelana's?
Y'all, you're about half away. You've watched as this woman has moved just straight across the ship, moving like the seas of people parted as she just made her way through with a beeline, with the gentleman dressed as in a guard outfit walking behind her with this sort of shaking of his head, and he's just walking along, and y'all are pretty much right behind her.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Well, obviously I need to rest after my ordeal today. Not that you are any help to me.
Sorry, I couldn't be. But this is reserved for the ship navigator area.
It is reserved for the royalty who are going to be getting on this ship. Now you need to leave.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, if you want to be treated with respect, you will adjust your tone. And if you don't, you will be sleeping this entire trip. Am I clear?
I'm gonna ask
Yeah, you
Matthias.
threaten me.
It's a promise, ma'am.
What were you gonna say, Tenuk?
I was gonna ask Matthias.
Is like, is she gonna be like this the whole trip?
Dear gods, she's like this every trip.
Mm.
He turns and he hears you say this to her, Amara, and he looks at you and goes, and you I need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay. Don't fiddle me now. This could be really funny. 17 total.
17 total?
Yes. 14 plus 3.
Okay. You hear as a soft whisper enters the back of your head, much in the way that you remember it down at the bottom of the gangplank, only this time it's a male voice comes in. Ma'am, if you could knock her out for this entire trip, I swear to gods, I will pay you in gold. And the eyes of the man turns and looks at you, and is just looking very intensely at you.
Amara's gonna start giggling. And I'm going to reply back. I'm gonna put my hand on my shoulder, on Rowan's shoulder, and I'm just gonna message back to him, I'll do it for free.
You hear again, I will be in your debt. She is trying, but she is my mother. And you see a very pained look cross his face. All the while this is happening, this woman's voice has kicked up an octave.
Say this sort of thing to me. I am the royalty of the Dragon Reach City.
I am
will
going
have
to
your entire
cast
life-
level.
Jeez.
I am casting sleep right now on this lady, and I am just gonna tell Rowan to catch her because, good God.
What's the DC on that?
Does she wake up any of the knocked out passengers?
The DC for her is going to be a 16.
A 16?
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
god, if she passes, I'm gonna be upset.
It ain't happening.
She will somehow. It'll
Yay.
happen.
Yeah, she failed. You hear is like, I will never let you ever forget the name of Mildred! And right about the moment this hits, you
Rowan's
see
gonna-
Amara just go, and a sparkling darkness casts over the woman, and she starts to Mildred!
Rowan's gonna
Make a
step
dex
forward.
check.
Okay,
Make a dex check.
Rowan's gonna step up and catch her.
Good God, our sanity.
So that is a 12 plus 4, a 16.
Yeah, easily. Like, she immediately starts to crumple, and you just, in the most, like, elegant way, catch her with, like, your hand under her head, and hold her there, and she is now asleep in your arms in a total dead weight. And you're like, shit. She's already drooling into your hand where you've got her, and you're just like, shit. And, like, you start dragging her. He's like, Matthias speaks up and goes, if you could put her anywhere that is out
Rowan's
of the
gonna-
way, not inconvenient for you, I would appreciate it.
Rowan's gonna pick her up, and he's gonna say, "Good night, Mildred," and he's gonna try to find a hammock or bunk for her to sleep in.
Okay.
Amara is going to be very intrigued about this guy who just intruded her brain thoughts, and she's going to call out to Akron because looks like we got another possible magic.
A magic
Magic.
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 Magic of the magical
Magims.
variety.
He stands
Wow.
on the dock and he turns and looks at all of you and he goes, I appreciate you allowing me to get back to my city and for
Hi,
dealing
hi,
with
Mom.
that. My
Um,
name is Matthias. I am the regent of Dragonreach.
Rowan's
And he
gonna-
turns and looks at all of you and he goes, before any questions are asked, let me clear some things up. 1. Yes, certain forms of indentured servitude are legal in certain areas. They are typically done for only criminals. Anyone they picked up and brought in should have
Hi, Mom.
only been a
Doing
criminal.
great. Doing excellent.
I see that you have a very negative reaction to the concept of slavery. It is not something I find tasteful in myself, but it is something that I am attempting to fix. Because he has been aware of the very negative, taste it brought to you all. And you
We
have all
have
been
not
very
been keeping
vocal.
it secret.
You've been all been very vocal. And he is making an explanation.
I imagine it all the screaming ink eyes would finish up more quickly and come
Mhm.
back up on the ship.
Yes. He turns and he looks at us. Now, is there any among you who has the ability to cast sending?
Maybe one of the
Look at me.
spellcasters, but
Not I. I can put people to sleep, but
Well, that is appreciated greatly. I would be needing it to contact someone to come here. If I can describe them to you, we may be able to do this. No?
Akron, Zelenis, do either of you
Yes.
sending?
No.
Right. Okay. And Zelenis walks up and goes, well, unfortunately, I was not aware that this sort of thing would be needed. And I do not have it prepared, unfortunately. Perhaps tomorrow? What were you hoping to achieve? He turns and he looks in his illness and he goes, ah, yes, I was hoping to have a couple of ships sent out immediately to rescue these individuals. I didn't want to let them sit for too long. There are creatures in these woods, of a scaly variety, and there have been more than a few instances of strange draconic or dragon attacks. I did not wish to leave them at harm's way.
Type of dragon attacks.
Yes. Recently, we've heard of several wyverns that have been coming through the area.
Do you know where their cove is or anything about them?
Not offhand, but we do have some charts back in the city that mark locations of known dragon nesting sites. And if this is from Evord, and he turns and looks at Zelenis and he goes, if this is from Evord, it would be useful to you, I believe.
Would Rowan be back with after putting Mildred to bed?
Yeah, Mildred would have been, you threw her into a hammock that basically is in the room.
Okay.
Davner's gonna draw a little mustache on her face.
Make a dexterity check.
Oh, don't wake her up, Davner.
Yeah, please, dear God, don't wake
Don't
her
wake
up.
her up.
16 plus 5, so
Okay.
21.
Okay. You
As if there
you-
was ever any doubt.
as you see Rowan lay her into a hammock, you immediately pull out a brush and an ink bottle, and as Rowan turns and looks away, you dip it, and she suddenly has the most intricately drawn pencil mustache with curls on her face. And you just, without even like really paying attention, you close everything up and put your ink and ink well back, and you just sort of walk out behind him.
It's a Sharp Stick brand.
Oh yeah, yeah.
At seeing
Oh.
that, Ink Eyes is going to just gently caress his upper lip longingly.
Rowan's gonna approach Matthias.
Memories of mustaches past.
Yeah.
The most gorgeous mustache. Rowan's gonna put his hand out for a handshake apologetically.
He reaches up and he grabs your wrist and like holds it and shakes it and goes, I'm sorry. I did not catch any of your names, but I can imagine that that was not the nicest experience for you to have.
It happens.
Not particularly.
I'm Rowan, and I'm
I'm
gonna kind of
Akron.
gesture to the group.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
I'm Ink Eyes.
Same. Your name, big fellow.
Tunok Graham.
It's nice to meet you. And then he turns and he looks at the smallest of you and he goes, and yours, tiny sir.
Davner, and I'm just gonna like kind of brush him off.
It's because he called you tiny.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's more like he's just an asshole.
Yeah,
he-
fair enough.
His group was a bunch of assholes.
He nods at your brush off and accepts it. He goes, and then he turns to Zelenis and he goes, you, I have heard of. You and your cadre. 60 years now. You've kept Binny at bay. Zelenis, at first he pulls back and he gets sort of and you would be able to see this with your passive perceptions. You see he pulls back and he tenses as if he's about to react to a violent outburst. And as Matthias continues speaking, Zelenis calms down slightly and is listening. Zelenis, I am the regent of Dragonreach. We know about the nature of Evord and what you and yours have been doing for so many years. While many of my predecessors and ancestors were
attempting various things. I'm not.
Hmm.
And I'm not going to take the city from you. Zelenis nods and his head and goes, well, I'm not sure I believe that. But I will take you at your word. And Rowan, you, for the first time, note that this wizard is repositioned his body into much more of a swordsman's stance. Matthias turns and looks at all of you and goes, I believe we can get underway, or we can begin to go, or we can stay. I am at your all beckon for this.
Bunks are full of the wounded, so we can go whenever we feel like.
Well, the group was talking about.
Just to kind of oversee and make sure that they're not raided.
I
Yeah.
think we
Or
should.
when
These wyverns show up.
And
Right.
then maybe in the morning, Zell, you possibly prepare help more expediently.
Yes, I believe I can. That shouldn't be a problem at all.
Matthias.
Can we at least
Yes.
float if we're gonna stop?
Oh, float? You mean like down the river?
No, like levitate so people can't get on.
Oh.
Well,
yeah,
You just pull the
I mean,
gangplank
the
up.
gangplank
and have
is already
alarm.
up. I've already retracted that when I came on.
golly gee,
but,
how many hours has it been?
It's dark now.
It's dark now.
For magic. To power it. Look at it.
Yeah, we can rejuice it if we get up in the morning. This is getting a bit mad.
If I
Yeah,
want to
we
know if I
wouldn't-
want to juice it up before.
I believe that if memory serves,
36 hours, you said?
yeah, it was 36 hours or something along those lines. It has been approximately a day since then.
So we
I
still have
believe.
plenty of time.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it
we're
would,
not gonna run out then.
it would have been one full day. So you would have, let's give an average estimation of 24 hours left on that charge.
Excuse me. I was gonna ask Matthias about how far do you think Dragon reaches from where we are, or do we have to like figure that out in the air?
Well, I'm not used to travel by air. Most of our ships have purely water-based abilities. Travel by water usually takes somewhere in the realm of 6 to 9 days, depending. Travel by air may be much faster.
Oh, yeah. But from
That-
here,
From here.
does anybody know how that? I don't.
Can I make an intelligence check to see if I can know the math of how far that's gonna change?
I'm gonna.
I don't know how fast this ship goes.
Bruh.
Shit.
You guys would look to Rowan and just be like, I don't think any of us are from this part of the world,
Would
let alone
Yep.
some of us from this plane.
would Rowan maybe potentially know? Has he passed through
I was
here with
asking a
my thing?
mathematics question of what is the speed of the ship in relation to the speed of being waterborne? How does Tunok can make a roll, but he is not that smart. I don't think he's figuring out this time.
What is the land speed of an unladen swallow?
I was just thinking.
African or European?
European, yeah.
Exactly.
How do
So,
you know? You just have to know such things when you're king.
so
true.
I will say that you can make an intelligence check, and if someone wants to assist him, you can add extra fingers to his counting.
Yes, please. I need all the
I'll
fingers.
throw in my hat.
I'll
Hey,
throw
yeah.
in my fingers.
Tunuk, you turn to Akron, and like you have your fingers out, and you're going, carry the cosine of Akron. Do you know? And Akron turns and like looks at you, and like you two start discussing like geometry,
And if two trains left a station at the exact same time, go ahead and make an intelligence check with advantage.
Okay. All right. Well, that one was the 3. Okay, that one's an 18.
Okay.
There you
All right,
go.
so that's a 19. 19.
Okay. 19. Between you and Akron, you both sort of are able to figure out that the two trains question is bullshit, and that through the geometry of the area, you would be able to make it to the city in approximately 3 days by traveling in the air straight there.
Okay. Oh, that hurt.
You have a little bit of blood trickling down your nose.
You take 10 psychic damage.
Seriously. I'd be fine with that.
Akron feels like a math headache forming in his head. A little bit of bloodshot eyes.
During all that, they had the fucking like $1 million man like math around the head.
Yes, yes.
All right,
I'm actually more exhausted.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
You gain another level of exhaustion.
Oh,
But it
All
would
right,
be
so-
approximately 3 days.
okay. All right. God, I was thinking about how it took us so long to figure out how the long was going to get there. I forgot why we were trying to figure it out in the first place. Shit. So it was going to take us 3 days to get there. Yeah, rest. I don't know. We got this.
Actual image of Chinook.
What was that?
Look in Adventure Time.
Look at Adventure Time. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beard's about right too, except not green. But, yeah, I mean,
No, it's going to take us a good while. We're going to have to recharge. We just got to make sure that they'll be good for the time that we're going to be gone. Oh, I need to take a nap.
So we have 3 days of possibly not getting shot by spells. Nice.
Mhm.
I told you I was taking a nap.
So you all decide like it's going to be about 3 days to get to the city. You can leave now, or you can take a long rest and leave in the morning. What do you want to do?
I would
You
like a
guys is
long
going to
rest,
fucking
please.
sleep.
Rest. Yeah,
I
we should
rest.
rest.
I need to get rid of this exhaustion.
Mhm.
Yeah, we
Yep.
need Akron at full everything, and I'm also
Oh.
at 10 health.
It's
Yeah,
not like we're
Rowan,
within a day.
Rowan's going to
Oh.
turn to the group and say, "All right, you guys rest. I'll kind of."
I'll take the first watch for Rowan. Also, I want to talk to everyone in private. Solanus, you can come if you want. Doesn't necessarily matter.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
Well, there's a woman there on the dock, and I'll try to see if I can pick her out and point at her kind of subtly to the group.
Make a perception check. Are you doing it with your goggles?
Yeah.
Okay.
These things never come off. That is a 2 and a 4. And that's a 14.
Looking around the area at on the shoreline, you're watching, and you do not see her.
Well, that's concerning. Anyways, there's a woman from my old, well, I guess I'll say it, cult that I worked for a while. She's so,
Like a religious cult.
yeah. They're not good people.
There's
They do.
hesitation there.
Hey, I don't judge.
I wasn't a good person.
Um,
Shit. I'll be the first to tell you that.
Hold on, I gotta remember how to actually pronounce this. Was it Ragnox?
Rakdos.
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 I'm gonna be like, well, do any of you guys know who Rakdos is?
Are you saying this in front of Zelenus, or who are you saying this in front of?
Like the group kind of like quiet, hushed.
Like Matthias as well, because he's here.
No, it would have been just the immediate party and Zelenis if he wanted to join in.
We push Matthias off the ship
Get
to
the
have this
fuck
private
outta here.
conversation.
I say we're like doing it in like the helm or something like that.
We're like huddled, and like every once in a while, someone will just peek out the window at him.
How do you want to do it, DM?
I'm gonna say that you probably pulled everybody into one side of the over to one side of the area, and just sort of like begin to whisper to everybody and sort of pointing it out. And like you looked up and you tried to see the girl that you're looking for, and you're like, shit, I can't see her anymore. And I will say that you probably, like, Matthias maybe went to go check on his mother, to make sure that she is firmly and still asleep. And you like grab that chance to like pull everybody in. You start talking to him about it.
Just gonna wait for Matthias to react to the mustache that's now on his mother's face.
You
Hank,
guys,
would you
Rowan's there, but not
recognize
paying
that
attention.
name or?
the Rakdos. No, I must be something strictly
Nope.
from Ravnica.
Incas, roll a Arcana
Okay. I have
with
proficiency
advantage.
because of my background, or
Yes.
okay. Arcana.
Just so long as you don't have to roll a straight d20.
So that's a 19.
Okay. And as you say Rakdos, to you, Ink Eyes, you think to yourself, Cult of Rakdos. And in your past, you have heard of the demon Rakdos from one of the planes that existed. He seemed to be sort of a chaotic, evil fiend of a demon. And to you, it clicks into place that this is like your friend served a demon at one point. And as you click this together, Zelenis begins to speak. He goes, "My word, man, that's who you worked for?"
He
Yeah,
served the demon lord.
I was forced into it. I stole this cloak and I got caught. And it was the only way I could feed my family.
I suppose that's understandable. I've heard things about Ravnica.
I
I was under the impression that it had begun to calm down with the ascension of Jace into his position.
I had a brand on my and well, there's a lot of things that aren't making sense in my head. And then she popped up, and I'm not 100% sure. She knows
Yeah.
my name now and she knows that I tried to get information to see if she left as well, and I think she's still active.
Well, that would be of a. And he turns and he looks at all of you, and I'm sure that he gets like Zelenis would see the somewhat confusion upon a few of your peers' faces, and especially with the nature of the conversation. He turns and begins to sort of explain. And he goes, "The Rectoscope is a large group of hedonist, sadist criminals and psychopaths who are under the leadership of a very powerful demon named Rakdos. The cult combines a destructive urge with the desire for pleasure. Its members are sadistic and cruel, and simply for the fun of it.
I've
Extreme.
I've heard such things of the demon himself, but if the cult craved such things, why would they need an assassin, not just some bloodthirsty killer?
Sometimes politics gets involved, and it's easier to make somebody not wake up and not leave a trace.
Politics with a blood cult.
That's pretty much what it is. Zelenus turns and he looks very concerned at you. You said that she recognized you, or she knew you?
I recognized her. And that's why I didn't know where I recognized her from, and then I saw the signet, and then I tried to get more information, and I think it kind of backfired.
Oh, that's not good.
So out of character, did Davner leave Ravnica in a good standing term in this timeline, or
So, this is where we got into the muddling of understanding between what happened and the explanation.
because I have a feeling I'm gonna have to make a roll very soon here.
You're very much going to have to make a roll very soon.
This brings up some questions in my background too.
This does. But you were already in the city of Avord. It did not. You weren't pulled in the same way.
Right. I'm saying, like, how did I know that?
Because of the nature of your demon transverses, or dealing with that sort of planing, that sort of dealing with the nature of the nine hells and moving into it and dealing with the fiends, that is just something that you would be aware of, because those demons, they end up talking to each other. It's very much the problem that we're rolling into with Davner is that it's the nature of how he got to Evord as opposed to what he knows.
Okay.
And that said, also, David, you are looking very red.
Oh yeah, that's my camera.
Okay.
He always looks red though.
It just
Yeah,
it looked
my
like it
camera.
was getting worse for some reason, and like
I
now
thought
you have
had
like
rosacea.
He's
yeah.
getting infuriated. He's
Yeah.
rage.
No, yeah,
He's-
that's my camera. I don't
he's
know how to fix it.
Okay.
He's fucking
It looked
pissed
like he-
right now. You can't see
it-
it, but it's happening.
It looked like he was having an allergic reaction, which is
Oh,
what I
no.
was. Yeah.
It could be
Just
the
I'm
light.
actually
concerned about
like
what's happening.
It's an
wicked
allergic
tan, and my
reaction to the
camera
halfling
just
behind him.
Yeah.
picks it up as red for some reason because of the lighting. Or
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't watching you going to anaphylaxis on the on the webcam. So, that said, jumping back into game while Sky gets a hug. Um, what do you want to ask? And
where, like, what happened to exactly that to his sister that made him leave?
go ahead and roll a d20.
Not one. Oh wait, halfling.
Hmm.
Fuck.
Unfortunately, that does not count here.
Roll.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Okay.
Last time it was reverse, so maybe that's good.
Okay.
that's why I was like, not one. That's good because that means I don't remember it. And then I was like, oh shit, I might have to re-roll this.
No, I think I did allow it last time, so you can go ahead and re-roll it.
Yeah, last one of these rolls I did that I nat one, the memory I was trying to get was just erased from my head.
That's a 14, which means I might actually just go pass out.
Actually, no, it's below it.
Oh, perfect.
All of you are watching as Davner is sitting there contemplating to himself as this discussion about the nature of Rakdos, and getting to the plains, and he like you hear as he sort of mouths and like speaks to himself, and he's like, but how did she get here? And then he goes, how did I get here? And for a second, Akron, you would recognize this as you see Davner's head rocket back, and almost as if he's having some form of like grand mal seizure.
Oh no.
Davner, you are sitting
there, and for a moment, your friends around you fade away. And as they do, you hear shouting and you hear screaming. You see people running back and forth, a series of large creatures in blue metallic coating all over their body, shooting back and forth. You see a man with a red hand raised into the sky as one of these creatures comes right up behind him and shoves its hand straight through his chest. Energy boiling around his back and into this creature, which then shatters in a burst of energy. Looking around, you see as people are running, shouting, scared. A dark-haired woman is marching through the streets. You look around and you see as your friends are moving through a building with you towards the other side of the building, where a symbol is on the floor. Looking back, you hear a shout as a large individual, a man with a sword in his hand, black, extended, like 2 feet long, is fighting his hardest against these creatures as they begin to pile on him. And in a flash, you jolt back as once again you're alone, and there's another set of things or set of creatures bearing down on you. And then in a flash, once again, you see as the building you're occupying is suddenly seemingly overwritten by another building. The demons or the creatures, the zombies that are running across the city are suddenly interspersed with demonic entities, creatures, people screaming, crying. And in a flash, the blue-coated zombies are gone. And there's only the demons, and you're in an unfamiliar city, in an unfamiliar place. How the hell did I get here?
They
You take 28 psychic damage.
Well, I had 10 points left, so I am unconscious.
You all watch
Question.
as Davner, blood
gonna-
pouring from one of his nostrils, drops.
Could I
and
catch
hits
him?
the ground.
Well,
Shit.
so I noticed him going into that whole seizure thing. So as it's happening, like before he falls, I'm gonna move over to him and grab at his shoulders, like underneath his armpits.
Mhm.
And Davin, are you okay? And go for let me see here. I'll just do a 5th level healing or cure wounds on him.
He collapses unconscious into your arms, and you're like, Davner, are you okay?
Like,
And you immediately start pumping energy into him. Go ahead and roll the cure wounds.
already? +4. 29.
29. Davner, you regain 29 health as a blasting, splitting pain is rocketing through your head. You now remember how it is that you ended up in the city of Evord.
And I'm gonna kind of like shake my head like thanks that I almost died, and I'm we'll talk tomorrow. Get some rest. I need to. I'll take watch.
Just so nobody else can really hear while I'm still holding on to Davner. The truth hurts, doesn't it?
Like a bitch.
I know. I had to die to survive it.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, I have to think about some stuff.
I understand.
Who's got booze?
Ink Eyes will open his flask and like sniff it a little bit. What does this stuff even smell like, God?
Make an intelligence check.
All right.
I want to be like, make an alcoholic check, but this is as best I got.
Alcoholic check is a con check.
It would be a constitution check. That's whatever every time I had to
Well, no.
do
He's
it.
not drinking it, he's smelling it. and he's trying to,
Identifying
like,
it.
identifying it.
I think I was still
He's trying to be a
stage.
sommelier.
Yeah.
Fine liqueurs.
Which he is not good at that, but he's still got a fucking 17.
Okay.
'Cause it's
You
booze.
take a whiff of it, and it smells like rot gut. Like the worst vodka ever. That is way too strong and is going to burn with every drop that hits your throat.
Just plug your nose.
It'll
Bottoms up.
And guys will tilt his head a little bit at Davner and say, I don't know if you want any of this. It smells like it would hurt to drink.
Davner's gonna
Hand-
take it and take a swig.
Hand it to him and
Make a constitution saving throw.
13.
You are, in fact, burning all the way down as the liquid hits your tongue. And instantly, in the most acidic, painful, grotesque way, the liquid pours down your throat. And you feel as it just eats away at portions of the esophageal lining as it just goes down hard.
Oof.
And you, while not completely drunk, are definitely feeling it.
I'll pass it back. Thanks. Now, you guys can go get some rest.
Indeed.
yeah,
Ron's
see
gonna
you
find
guys in the morning.
Okay.
Davner, wake me up. Once
Wait,
you're done.
I got it.
I'll take
Okay.
third watch if you're taking second.
Okay. Well, as you sit down, there are definitely people who are just spread out. The entire deck of this
Megan's gonna go
small
get me food. I'm
little
really hungry.
tugboat-esque vessel is completely covered, just with people everywhere. You start trying to make your way around them as you're watching just sort of everything that's happening, and you're watching the area outside. Go ahead and make a perception check, please.
Nat 20. So that's a 30.
30. Okay. You are watching as the night has creeped in. The stars are twinkling above you. You feel like a slight breeze in the wind. You feel the boat just holding position, it not moving with the water as it laps against the side. Watching people in the distance on the bank as they prepare food and meal. People have seemingly gone into the woods and come out with tubers and vegetables, and they've cooked up some meals for the evening, and they've begun to try to like generally make themselves more comfortable after the ordeal that they've been through. You're watching as a young woman moves through the crowd, slinking back and forth between individuals. You see as she walks up to some people, laughing. She walks over to another set,
She slides up next to the people who are posh and a bit of an asshole. And watching, you see as she laughingly, distractingly talks with them, her hands slipping into the pocket of one, pulling something out, moving to the other, slipping in, pulling something else out, hands going back into her own pockets, moving past the way, as she generally just slips around the area. You see as a woman with sword in hand, short sword, the older lady, who Ink Eyes gave a blade to, has been generally keeping people on track, getting them to settle themselves, talking to people, moving back and forth. She waits until people have moved off and have begun laying down and sleeping. You see as she moves up to a back area against a tree. And leaning against the tree itself, she watches everything. Her eyes flow up to you. Are you using the goggles?
Yep. Because it's nighttime and I can't see shit.
Your eyes flow up to the goggles, or her eyes flow up to you. And for the first time, you see through the veil that she has around her, your goggles piercing it. You see a white-haired, black-skinned drow woman. Older, wrinkly-ish face, as she peers up at you, unconcerned, and begins to lay her head back slightly. And this is notable to you since you know of one other silver-haired, black-skinned individual.
I was kind of take note of it and be like, that's. And then whenever it's over, I'll go wake Rowan up and pass that. Well, pass on that she's stealing shit, but just let it be for now.
Yes, and the person who was stealing shit was, in fact, your person, Mara. That said, it is the end of your time period, and it moves to the next person.
I'll wake Rowan up and be like, there's a drow out there stealing stuff.
No, that was
It's
the
Mara.
drow. The drow was the
your
older
lady.
woman with the sword.
Oh.
Two people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
The person you saw was your person that
Oh,
you
yeah,
hadn't
okay.
seen in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's out there pickpocketing people. She'll get what she deserves.
Who is out there pickpocketing?
And I'll like kind of half unroll my sleeve and then realize it's not there and be like, the cult lady.
Oh, all right.
We're gonna have to deal with her sometime.
Can I see her?
Make a perception check.
No, like okay. I'll make a perception. Yikes! That is a 4 + 6, so 10.
You really just see a crowd of people moving back and forth.
Okay, well, I'll keep an eye out for her. You go get some rest. And Rowan's gonna take the same route as Davner did.
Okay. You begin to move your way around the area. Can I get you to make a perception check for the area?
It's a 13 + 6, so a 19.
Okay. With a 19, you are watching as people have begun to lay down and go to sleep. You see the fire that was built in the distance begin to die down. The posh people and the remainder of the guard who have been moving off to the side, or Matthias's troop, They all begin to lay down in various areas. Generally, quiet seeps into the night. You hear a faint trickling as the water moves past the boat. And time passes. You see as individuals move back and forth towards the boat and then away. Do me a favor and roll a d12.
7.
Okay. You do see in the distance as birds begin to take light, but it's very, very far away. The time passes. Nothing seems to happen. Who are you going to pass it on to?
I'm gonna
Ink
go
Eyes
wake up
was
Ink.
intending to make
Yeah.
third.
Ink was third.
Okay.
Rowan's gonna go wake up Ink.
What's
Well,
up?
so 2 things. We're gonna keep an eye out, and I'm gonna point in that general direction where the birds kind of flew off.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep an eye out over there. Don't think anything's gonna happen, but doesn't hurt to keep a watchful eye. And Davner said that that woman that he met is stealing stuff from other people. I didn't see her do anything, but did Rowan see her do anything throughout the night with his perception check? His second perception? No.
No, he did not, unfortunately.
Okay. So yeah, he said that she was stealing stuff, but I didn't see her do.
Ink Eyes is gonna shake his head dismissively when getting up and just saying, "Great, that's just what we needed. People stealing from the wounded."
Yeah. And then Rowan's gonna find an empty spot against the boat that's closest to the beach.
Okay.
There's something pretty compelling.
You find a gentle spot and you start laying down. And Ink Eyes,
Mm,
can I get you to make a perception check?
sure can. There we go. Nat 20, 28.
Okay. With the natural 28, you do see as people are just generally moving in their sleep and in their slumber. Looking across the way, you see the older woman who you handed the sword off to and the rations off to, as she leans forward and picks herself up from the tree and begins to move towards the fire to begin stoking it anew. She pulls out some of the rations that you gave her and she begins to split them out and preparing meals or small bits and things to eat for individuals of the group. She makes and revamps some of the other materials so that people are going to have something to eat and drink for in the morning. She's generally preparing a breakfast. She
Right.
moves to the edge of the river, and you see as a long piece of stick is in her hand with a line that runs from it. And she begins to toss that line into the lake, into the river. And after a few minutes, a series of fish begin to be being pulled out of the lake very quickly, one after another. The sun is breaking and cracking the horizon. As you do, you see as some individuals who are on the boat get up and move off the boat itself to go get some food or go to the bathroom or something like that. And they come back onto the boat and they all resume and lay back down. A couple of them looking a little bit muddier than when they had left. And they come back on.
I
And at
didn't
the
notice
end,
the pickpocket in passing at all with a nat 20.
you did not.
Damn. She's sneaky.
As you did, or as your day passes, you see as the sun rises. And on this new day, all of you have a long rest. And you get to start the day refreshed. And with that, let's take a quick break and come back in 10 minutes.
Great.
Sounds like a deal.
I don't know why, but
And
nobody has ordered dinner yet, so I'm probably gonna go do that.
I should probably go do that.
I
So
have
have you
already done that.
decided what you want to eat?
I completely forgot to.
Uh-oh.
Doug?
Uh, it'd be nice to know why my webcam makes me like super red.
Yeah, this is why I was like worried, because I look over and I see like your throat is very, very white all of a sudden,
Yeah.
and like you're super red, and I was like, is he like going into fucking anaphylaxis there?
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? And I look at my screen, I was like, oh shit. And then I'd like look at my arms, and I'm like, yeah, like my arms are fairly red too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
I'm like
Ugh.
adjusting webcam settings, and it. Out of curiosity, maybe it's. Hold on.
Oh wait, so I have a link for you.
Okay.
a bit of an explanation.
What color format are you using?
That's what I'm playing around with. I will tell you in a second.
It really looks like it has like so much room back here.
Amazing what perspective. Perspective, yes. It's like perception. No, it's not perception. It has to deal with perception.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm
So is it color
mildly.
format?
Oh no, I'm I was looking at a TikTok and yeah, no, I'm honestly tempted. I'm like, there's like a lot of negatives here, and we're on a wooden boat. But those positives, man.
It is
I think once we're on dry land and we have time, that might be a thing.
Alright, guys, I'm back.
Oh yeah, so color format. That is, it's video format. It's default device.
I just wish
That's weird.
overall that people were just like less useless and would stop wasting air that I breathe. That's basically how I feel right now.
No. Unfortunately, there's a lot of them.
I'm unmuted. Sorry.
I'm back. Food has been ordered.
I was concerned there, Sky.
Sorry. These people.
Still dealing with the attack of the Karens.
And it's never ending, so I've been up until midnight multiple times trying to get these done and taken care of, but they just drag their feet, and when they ask questions, they are stupid questions. I used to mostly believe there were no such thing as stupid questions, but
Oh, there are.
there are.
There definitely are.
And it's like when you're dealing with a person who spends money on things that don't matter versus cheap out on the things that matter, it's causes more paperwork and hours of more work. So I'm just, and then like with everything else going on, I'm just so drained and disgusted, and it's really nice to have like a distraction from.
Hey, you do the same for us.
Rowan will give you another warm hug.
An out of character hug.
An unconscious hug. No,
We
just woke up, I guess.
we stopped to save people, and both Daphne and Amara are basically traumatized.
Yep. The traumas. Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Meanwhile, Ink Eyes is like in the corner trying to put it all together. Like, what does it mean?
I
With its
actually,
small pea brain -1 intelligence.
I have an
Oh, that's
item
weird.
that scares the ever
Oh my
living
God, that's
shit out of
horrible.
me.
So I changed my green screen to magenta.
Oh
jeez.
gosh.
Oh,
Oh,
Christ.
man. Yeah, no. That's
Yeah.
why.
You become a wraith.
Oh, I didn't see. I was looking at like the sample photo, so it's just whatever it is gray, not with the background. Oh God.
Yeah, that's what happens when you chroma key out the wrong color.
Yeah. That one's
Now there
good,
goes.
though. That one's
That's
good.
actually cool as shit.
Yeah.
Now it looks like you're haunting your character.
Zombie.
Wait,
Was it Joe
When-
Mama?
if Davner dies, put that
How's it
filter
going?
on.
Yeah.
And then you'll
Also,
be a
hey,
ghost.
sus.
And the entire time I
there.
was gonna be like,
Yeah.
You back from lurking? You still there, man?
Oh, Sky, what was the item that scares you? Because I have a suspicion
I
I
did
know
some
what it is.
Sherlock
It goes on the head.
Plumbing thing.
You're
You're not
unmuted.
muted,
There you
noob.
go.
You're unmuted,
Unmuted,
noob.
You're unmuted, noob.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I thought I was when I do this.
Every time.
Every time.
I've been so good about it tonight. I keep looking and that.
That's
one
good.
Time,
It's only one so far.
It's
Yeah.
the helm. The helm scares the ever living shit out of me.
I mean, what can you ever be afraid of with that?
Everything.
It's just a helmet.
Everything. I don't think
Every
anybody
one.
should have that. It's...
Yeah, old timey spookiness.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at
Can
you.
you give yourself a sepia?
Spooky, scary skeletons.
We're going LA Noir in this shit. Get a fedora, have that black and white filter on.
So, is everybody back?
Mhm.
Ah. All right. So, let's check my notes. So, all of you wake up to the sounds of running water, the feel of the cool breeze as the morning runs across you. And some of you wake up with just a little bit more on your mind. Notably, Amara, Inkaz. Well, not Inkaz, but Mara, Davner, and Aklon. Zelenis walks out. That was a good rest. I feel moderately better. Are we ready to go? Was there anything during the night?
Not that I saw. The lady I gave the sword to came out to fish for more food. That's all I saw.
Seems you were a good judge of character there.
Yeah, she'll
Could
make a
play
fine
Mass Effect.
caretaker for them, even if
Or-
they don't get a ship. I'm confident they'll make it back under her watch.
Oh, and all the ladies.
It's
You
good.
wouldn't- That lady does seem a little weird to me.
She seems capable, and that's
Like-
needed in this time.
I would like to walk over towards the end of the ship and look at the lady that has been on my mind.
Sure.
I'd like to just cast a.
Okay. Make a perception check.
And I'm gonna be like, well, she's not who she looks like.
While this is happening, Rowan's doing pull-ups on the helm of the little thing.
Don't distract me,
Like-
Rowan.
Like
Well,
Fuck. 19 plus.
I mean, it's
Like
got to be with
disguise.
disadvantage. Rowan is doing pull-ups.
This
Eh.
I will, because that was a 19 plus 7. That was a 26. Let's do it with disadvantage. Let's go.
Oh God!
How
in
dare
response to what
you?
Davner said, and guys,
It's a
just gonna
3.
say,
15
well,
plus
as long
7.
as she's not
So,
murdering
I mean-
anybody.
I've seen you do better pull-ups, Rowan.
Damn, rip for the homies.
Mhm. So as Rowan goes over and does his pull-ups, and it's just like, Amara takes a second to critique his style and burn him a little bit for it.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
And
What do you
as
mean it doesn't count?
You have to clear the
Doesn't
bar,
count.
Rowan.
He's gonna really like start emphasizing the chin over the top of the helm.
Come on, more kid, you got this.
so, Amara, what was it with the disadvantage?
15 plus 7 at this.
So with your horny jail disadvantage, you are still able to like look out across the area, and you do see that the older woman is at the back of the area of the boat, and she has a small sort of reeve woven basket that she has prepared, and there already appears to be several fish inside of it. And she's just continually casting and reeling new fish in. What's your message?
Was it worth leaving the Underdark?
Make a persuasion check.
19 plus.
You hear as you see as she stops, her shoulders slump slightly, and with the last point of a fish being pulled in, she reaches up, she grabs it, pulls it off of the makeshift hook that she has put on. She looks at the fish for a second and throws it into the basket. And she looks up at you and goes, you hear a voice in the back of your head as she responds, choosing another path is always hard. Her eyes look up and look at you directly, but it was my path.
Amara's just gonna smile and tear up a bit.
Do I still have my nat 20 eyes on her?
No, you do not. That was
Okay.
past.
Alright. Just making sure.
Amara, she nods at you, and you hear, once this is all over, come see me again. You're muted.
Where?
She smiles, and once again you hear a voice. Where else? The place I'm going. You'll find me when you need. And then she stops for a second, and you hear, my name is Phelan Telnath.
I'm Amara. No more.
Pleasure to meet you. And she goes back as the line casts out again. And she returns to her fishing.
71, 72, 73.
Gotta lock your arms out, Rowan. Those don't count.
What do you mean?
Make a strength check, Rowan.
He's actually gotten like 12. He thinks he's a
19.
Okay.
19
You
plus
see-
3, so 22.
So, while Rowan's doing this, am I nearby so I can see? Like, can I be in a doorway or something of somewhere, or not?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
On a doorway, or like
Yeah.
leaning up against the mast of the ship.
Yeah.
And do a prestidigitation of like some little twinkles around his head, getting distracted.
Rowan, you see like these sparkles around your head as you were like just doing your pull as far as you can. And Amara, you come up around the corner and you see Rowan shirtless, arms
no.
like sweat pouring down his body, arms
No.
like straining with each pull up as
Glistening in the
he
sun.
looks at you, and there seems to be just this strange sparkling that happens around him.
Oh man, shirtless in the rain.
And you are caught off guard by the glistening sparkle that Rowan is giving off.
I'm actually trying to play wingman. We'll retcon that.
It's
canon. It's canon
It's
forever
canon.
now.
It's
Totally.
canon now. Canon. What do you mean? That's. And Rowan's gonna like fully extend his arms down, and then pull himself up. Is that good enough?
It's exactly it.
You can
Then-
do better. And guys will give him like a confident slap on the thigh.
Ugh.
You got this.
Well, I
Then,
know how I'm spending my morning, and I'm just gonna watch.
Okay, so workouts eventually will be finished when he hits
Oh.
100.
Oh, and just a little cherry on top.
Ooh.
Can I give like a slight bit of pyrotechnics?
Nani?
So
Moment.
finally,
Just, I'll be very discreet. Like I'll use a meta magic if I have to. I'm not gonna show
no.
that I'm doing anything.
Do me this. Make a performance check.
I love
Okay,
my
I'm
Don't
friends.
burn down the ship.
You guys
Don't
just
set the
made
ship on
my
fire.
day. I haven't had a good part. This has made my day. Thank you.
You're
What, us
welcome.
bullying the shit out of Rowan
Yes.
while you watch?
Now who's in horny jail? We all are.
Horny jail.
All right, sorry, I was very parched. Let me. I forget what my performance has been a little bit. I thought it was 4. Okay.
From a really touching moment to this.
Oh no.
Just like my Japanese anime.
Oh wait.
Just like
no
the
wait.
shit.
That's a check. Never mind. That's for saves. Shit. I keep wanting it to be checks.
Yeah, it's just a straight. So
Yeah.
as Rowan is finally like
You know what? I'll even
on
make
the
a body if you
100th
need, if
one.
that's-
and as like he drops and like as he drops and hits the ground and like drops into like a 3-point pose, still sparkling, looking up at Amara, there's
Superhero
this sort of like half-assed explosion that happens just randomly behind him.
It's like summoned through a firecracker behind him.
Yeah, it's like like right behind him.
Rowan's gonna
And-
get spooked a little bit.
Yeah.
Rowan's gonna actually.
I'm just gonna do a round of
Just
applause.
fizzes and smokes. It's like
It's a little smoke bomb.
Big cheesy grin. Round of applause.
Rowan's gonna turn around. He's gonna like.
and I'm gonna give Rowan a.
Oh.
A
Yeah.
what?
A wink. The
Oh,
wink.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
like
wink.
go
Yeah.
get her, Tiger.
Yeah. And then
Uh,
Rowan's gonna go get dressed and get ready to man the ship and sail it.
as all of this happens, Inkeyes, you and Davner would be aware as Matthias walks over to
God.
where Zelenis is just sort of like leaning up against the edge of the ship, watching all of this go down, and he just sort of like leans over and goes, "Are they always like this?" Zelenis like turns and looks at him, and goes, "I've only known them for a few days, but this seems to be pretty consistent with their character." It's hilarious, though.
Can we overhear this? Is it being more of a private conversation?
It's more of a quiet one, but Inkeyes and Davner would be the ones with the passive perceptions to hear it.
I'll answer
Devin
your
will pop
question
out
with-
and be like, "But you love us anyways."
I'll answer
Yeah.
your question with another question. Are you
Whenever they start
always
talking,
not
does
a
that draw-
reagent?
Draw my attention.
Yeah, that would draw it.
Okay,
a
I start
reaction.
listening in.
Reagent. He doesn't even bother to say the word correctly. I don't know why that killed me so hard. Oh shit.
What's new? We're in horny jail,
Matthias
Rar.
looks at you and goes, "Okay, that's a thing. Shall
Just
we,
know-
Alright.
Just know that when the time
Aren't
comes
we all?
for,
Aren't we all a little bit in horny jail?
let's say, world-ending experience, we can be there to handle it.
I have no doubt.
Ghostbusters!
One just wonders if explosions and sparkles are normal."
Yes, it's for brevity and morale.
They are mandatory about this shit.
I was hoping for a little more of spectacle, but it ended up being more of a farce. Which either way made me laugh. At everyone's expense.
Sounds like politics to me.
That's so good.
And he
I
turns and looks
needed
at
that. I
Zelenis and
As
had
you will.
such a tough
Shall we get
day,
on our way?
guys. I've had such a tough day.
Zelenis turns and looks at him and
Done.
says,
Into a movement?
Zelenis nods at you, Akron, and goes, "It's true."
I was up until
and he
3:30
turns and looks at you
crying
and
last
says,
night. How my week is going.
"Perhaps you should pull that stick out of your ass, sir. And enjoy the morning. We will get underway." And he turns and looks at you, Tunuk, and he goes, "Helmsman, would you mind?"
Want me to drive? Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go.
Let's
Pull another
go.
remote control.
Okay. Make
I'm
an
gonna
intelligence check with advantage.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Akron?
What's the gentleman's name again?
Matthias.
Matthias.
First roll was an 18.
Uh,
Oh,
I don't know if
Matt,
God's
I
playing
got
this
an
music
18
or
on
if I
20.
am,
to
but it's
try to
pretty.
pull Matthias aside, to have a bit of a serious conversation with him, to give
Okay.
him an insight into the group.
Sure.
Give him, get him to trust us a little more.
Could
Okay.
Ink Eyes listen in on this?
I would say that if
This is not
21.
gonna be something he should hear, really.
if he
I mean-
chooses to try to hear it, he has the option.
I understand.
Ink Eyes wants to hear what people are saying to this guy because he still doesn't
Okay.
fucking trust him.
So, Ink Eyes, make a perception check.
All right.
And Tunuk, what was your roll?
I rolled in at 20. At 21.
Not 20, 21. You give Zelenis a sort of confused look. All right, Ink Eyes, and give me 1 second, Akron. You give Zelenis a sort of a confused look, and you look down at the slate that's in your hands, and as you do,
One of my characters
portions
took a
of the
Baldur move
book
and
that
put
you
on
have been
cursed
slowly
armor.
reading through
She is now commanded by
the
some kind
the
of demon gingerly.
ship for
Patrol
dummies
Gostad.
No,
begins to sort of filter into your mind,
Ducky. Okay,
and
well,
you're like,
thank
"Oh yeah, I can do
you
okay."
for the subscribe.
And you
but
immediately
Holy shit, really?
retract the gangplank.
Did it for the AC?
and
Allie did too.
Activate
Allie did it for the
the
AC,
levitation of
and
the
I
ship
had to
and
dispel curse.
pull the whole ship into the air using your slate.
Oh, Ducky.
Yeah, I'm getting the hang of this.
And you do get a sense
Oh,
of
man.
what direction that you need
What
to
level
be
is the
heading,
spell? Third.
and you
Third level.
send the ship
think.
in that direction.
Let me look. I'll look right now. You need a friend. You need a magic
Yeah,
friend.
it was-
I'll come
No,
visit your
is it
D&D.
already on autopilot like that?
Give you
Or
dispel.
do I have to
Um,
keep pushing forward on the analog stick?
from your from that roll specifically, you have activated the autopilot, and while there may be passive
did it go?
occurrences that may encounter, at least for the travel, while you are holding the slate and in control of the ship, you will not have to
Not
make
dispel,
a specific roll
uncurse?
to make
What the fuck is
to
it?
be aware of what's going on.
Remove
You will
curse.
just be aware of if
That's the
something is
spell.
coming up.
Remove curse.
Mhm.
Not dispel, because you'll
And it's specifically
lose
to
the
you,
fire resistance.
you with the slate
Let me mute
controlling
myself.
the ship.
Okay.
That said, Ink Eyes. Matthias is off to the side
Okay.
of Zelenis, and you
Let
walk
me-
up and you
Let me deafen them. So, okay, here it is. Not dispel. You don't want to dispel because you'll lose the fire resistant. But you want somebody with remove curse, which is what I did to Rowan. So if Rowan had an armor, you probably already know this, but I'm happy about knowing things now, kind of a little bit. So if it's remove curse, you don't lose the benefit on it. If it's dispel magic, everything goes away. So find someone with remove curse. I took it as a necromancer. I don't know if it's necromancy, but I'll find out. Now I will undeafen. So where's this music coming from? Is it me? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know.
You do pull Matthias off to the side and you begin speaking with him. Please speak as if you were not aware of Ink Eyes being there.
Okay. So, Matthias,
Yes.
She should have it.
I realize we probably seem like an eccentric group. And I do apologize for some lack of decorum in recent royalty aboard our ship. But please understand, for me personally, I have, as a little insight, I have lost family. I have walked through timelines, fought the same evil man twice, and beat him both times with the group you see before you. I have died with them and have been resurrected. So,
Abjuration.
humor
It's
is
abjuration.
a bit of a way to keep out the dark, terrible
I don't know where
thoughts
this music is.
that have been
I don't know
running
if it's
through
me
my
or them.
mind since I've passed away and been brought back. Have you ever seen the other side?
What if I
As
need
you
roll?
start saying these things, you detail
It's
these
me.
sort of
It's
series of
Roll20.
events.
Okay.
You see
Cute.
his eyes begin to close in and focus in on you as you detail having fought in 2 timelines.
Did
His
Rowan?
eyes
Rowan
catch
had a curse on
and
his
widen
armor
slightly
that every
as
time
you
he would
say
take
die
like
and
piercing damage, it would be
rebirth.
double or triple or something
A
like that.
knowing look
And he
comes
never
into
wanted to
his
take it
eyes,
off. Playing random games at this point. I bet.
and he looks at you directly. Fortunately, I have never passed beyond the veil, but we have stories. We have heard many things about Evord. And as you all seem to be very, very connected to each other, I see that at least some of those stories may be true. Interesting. But I understand. Brevity, gallows humor. It's normal for any group who fight with each other.
Indeed. Just so we have an understanding. And I give him a pat on the shoulder as I walk away elsewhere onto the ship.
I agree entirely. I definitely, completely understand.
Thank you. Alright, now what the hell's gonna happen to Ink Eyes?
Is my fucking brain gonna explode?
It's gonna implode.
Or was that not specific enough?
So, Ink Eyes, you sitting off to the side are listening, and you sidle over as Ink Eyes kneels down and begins talking, and you hear the words fighting in 2 different timelines.
Games.
And you're like,
Stanley the Demon.
what? And you think back to what you've already
Oh yeah, you need to remove
moderately
curse.
remembered from
You
time
need
to
to
time
remove curse.
in the instance of
Touching your dick in a zipper, the wall facts.
discussion between Draco and other members of the
Don't you just hate it
group.
when you get your dick stuck in a zipper?
2 timelines.
The worst, man.
I need you to roll a d20.
Yep.
Oh no!
Just flat d20, not intelligence.
Flat d20.
God,
Alright.
you know what I was trying to do, right?
I do.
I was trying to save him from himself.
13.
Okay.
I was willing to lie and deceive a teammate.
Unfortunately for Ink Eyes, he has none of that.
Curiosity killed the cat. Are you could
You just had to eavesdrop, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that's 2 more.
100.
thing is,
Oh
You
my
eavesdropping,
god!
you find out about the other guy, not about yourself.
Why
Okay,
would you
Specifically-
I have a
put it
question.
on, Ducky?
Hold on, please.
Yep.
That's a
Yes.
horrible
Incas, as you are
armor.
listening to this and you hear the words two different timelines, and I've fought with my
Send me the
friends
name of
and
it. Send me the name
died
of it.
alongside of them, and you're like, what? And then you hear these words that echo through your head as Akron looks at Matthias and says, have you ever died and come back? And in that instant, a darkness envelops your mind.
Okay, I'm gonna copy paste this to Allie.
You hear shouts and screaming, sounds of fighting, a battle, and your eyes open up. And you're standing in a small, wet area, a pool of water at your feet, and you're looking up, and you see a very familiar-looking beholder on the bridge. A ring of some unknown design around its main portion of tentacles. As one of those tentacles turns and looks directly at you, and darkness envelops your mind. You hear a faint whispering, words, and you hear yourself responding. Will you go back as my mocked? Yes, I will. You find yourself awake again. You're looking down. You see your tattoo, a glowing, bright star in the center of a black inky tattoo. What is this? Once again, you flash away. You find yourself in another series of battles. People are falling. Your friends are
I
fighting.
just told Allie. She's like, holy shit.
A tall individual
Becky sold her soul for
off to
AC.
one side. Why is Kylethia attacking? Is that Quark? You hear a laughter. In your hand, you feel a burning, unending pain as you hear words whispered.
Rip.
I wish Critias, the betrayer,
Stab you with what I gave
undone
you. Lol.
and never form. You feel a rocketing in your mind as you are suddenly shaken and your body is racked with pain as you return to yourself, as you remember the deaths you encountered with Akron's words of death and renewal.
I imagine
And you take
a lot.
You take all of that as damage.
That's
Psychic.
35 damage.
Let me. Okay. 35.
So, question, God, when he starts experiencing the excruciating pain of psychic trauma,
Mhm.
do those tremors bring him out of stealth, and I can like see that he's there?
You have already moved off by this point. What
Or,
does
like,
alert
do
you?
I hear him?
You
Okay.
hear a very loud scream as Inkai is standing off
Everyone
to the
hears.
side. Everyone
Okay.
hears.
So
And
I'm gonna stop
guys
my tracks,
is
turn around,
just-
and run back to Ink Eyes.
He is on
And,
his knees with his hand over his left shoulder where his tattoo is,
Yeah, I'll
Ink
run
Eyes,
over there.
with
to
just-
scream.
Eyes.
blood running down his face.
Oh no! I know what happened. You curious bastard! Why did you?
I wanted to
Okay,
know what you were
just-
going to say to him.
It hurts. Just hold on. I'm gonna do a level 4 cure wounds, and I'm just gonna put my hands on his like sides of his head,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll roll.
Okay. Ink Eyes,
You and I are gonna have to talk later and see what you know. You
Ducky.
have
Woo!
25 seconds.
Ducky. Lol, that's
So
what she
you only took
said.
10.
You're unmuted.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not the
That's
only
what
one.
she said.
All aboard the trauma train. You okay?
I need to talk to Akron after we're done with this airboat trip.
And that shit sucks.
What is
Only
actually
the ones
going
that
on with you?
have knowledge, and we cannot talk about this knowledge. Need to talk together.
I know, we've seen this before. This has already happened to me once.
Yes.
It's happened to him too. Point to Rowan.
I hear any of this conversation. I don't know how long it takes
Stop
me to get over
talking
there.
about it, though. We can't suffer any more of this kind of trauma.
I'm not.
No, we have things to
would be
tend
able
to.
to hear this by this point.
I'm not
Okay.
mentioning what is happening. Just
No,
that it happened.
Here's the problem, though. The simple act, the simple mentioning of saying something happened can spark a remembrance of it. It sparks a memory that was, but never had happened.
What the fuck are you guys talking about? What happened to you guys?
Don't worry about it. The less you know, the better to know. I'm so sorry for having to do this, but
Wait.
I cannot know.
I'm
Not yet.
Tulip,
anyway,
Tulip,
not until I
Tulip.
can figure something out.
Tulip, you remember how you said leave the magicy thing to magicy people? This is one of those moments. I trust Akron, so let's be stupid, eh?
Yeah.
Everybody be stupid.
I really wish I didn't poke at that scratch.
Yes.
It's
I'm
gonna
a-
turn to tonic.
I don't want to do that again.
I'm gonna go lay down.
Okay.
And Ink Eyes is gonna go to
Chinook.
his bunk and take a short rest.
Chinook, let me try to put it in a way that will make
Look,
it.
if you're trying to
perhaps-
dumb it down, you don't have to. Okay, I mean, you know, like y'all have
just
been
wanna make
impressing me
sure
with your
you're-
intelligence. I've been working on that, so you can
I
be a little
understand.
more
You've
forward.
been doing some amazing things. I don't mean to belittle you. I'm sorry. This is basically a situation where we all lost some part of ourself, and it was for good reason. And that's all we're gonna have to know. But some of us had to go and find out more.
I don't feel like I've lost anything per se, but if you say, but whatever.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. If you feel fine, you are you, and that's what matters. Right?
Ink Eyes,
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously.
as you hear them discussing this, you walking to your small area where you can lay down. You lay yourself down onto your bed or your area, your pad,
Foxy!
and the memory
Foxy, I'm cold
of
and
your
I'm
tattoo
alone.
pops into your head.
Bye.
You see a black tattoo, and then a tattoo that had a bright blue glowing essence inside. And then more recently, your black tattoo that had an empty star pattern inside. You reach over, you
That's
pull
fair.
your sleeve up, and you look at
That's
your
very
tattoo. You see
Yeah.
as the
Hello,
black,
Uncle.
inky coloring
Ducky.
surrounds a star-like pattern that now glows with a blue light.
I was wondering why this was happening back at Back at Quark's. I guess now I know. And then he's gonna fucking pass out for
Okay.
like an hour or two.
Take a short rest.
Yeah.
That said, the rest of you, you're flying on a very crowded boat.
Yeah. Is there a weight limit to for the speed? Like, are we gonna be going slower?
Do you pose that question to me, the DM, or to Zelenis or the guy currently
Zelenis.
controlling the boat?
Zelenis, since he has more operating knowledge of the vessel. Zelenis, I'm curious.
Baby bear.
Considering how many people we have on this ship, will that affect its flight speed?
He stops for a second and he's looking and he starts counting.
She's my best
Shit,
friend.
we have like 25, almost 30 people on here. And he turns to you, Tunuk, and he goes, Tunuk, what, you have the manual still, right?
Yeah.
Can you pull that out for me?
No, there's
Very
gonna be a
sure.
weight limit.
And he sits down with you and he starts like looking through it. Tunuk, can you make an intelligence check with advantage?
Balls. Balls,
not
there's
bad.
gonna be a weight limit.
Okay, we'll take that. It's 19 plus 1, 20.
It's going to be 19 plus...
Am I getting his as well added?
That's it's going to be his bonus for this one. It's
Okay.
plus 5, so it's 24.
Okay.
He sits down with you and you start discussing the nature of this boat and everything that you think that Virus has altered and changed on it. And he goes,
I love you, love you.
okay, we should be fine. But if we encounter anything... And he turns and looks at you, Akron, and he goes,
Maneuverability be an issue?
Girl.
maneuverability is an issue. We are not quick right now, but we can continue in a direction like normal.
You hear Dad?
Okay.
We are an open boat,
Your dad? Yeah?
and we have no
at him.
protection.
What? Look at Dad.
And he's like looking
Ow.
around. It's like, oh shit.
Ow.
How high can I take this thing?
You can take the ship all the way up to the point of sphere, but you cannot leave the sphere.
I mean, we can always try to.
You will lose oxygen before you hit a point.
No.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like we
No.
go up to where the air is, not too thin to try to
Mhm.
distance ourselves from things that are flying around the canopies.
Mm-hmm.
But, if there's something in the air hunting, it's gonna probably see us clear as day.
See, Dad?
That is
And
very
can I tell just by rocking the stick
She can
back and
hear
forth
you.
slightly about how
And she's
sluggish
like,
it is? Just
I
to
hear
see
Dad.
how
Is he
uneven it
coming?
is?
Yeah, you would be able to like sit
Thanks,
there
baby.
and like test it. Make a dex check with advantage.
Okay.
Ugh.
Ooh, I'm taking that one. All right, I'm gonna take
Oh.
the 13 plus.
No.
What's my 3?
Gross.
Yeah, so it'd be 16.
You pull out
Oh,
the
there's one.
slate, and between you and Zelenis, you start like going over it. And you like shift the boat slightly, and you feel that there's very much a probably 2 to 3 second delay in even the ship moving from the moment you attempt to like move or like jerk the ship around. There is a major delay
Yeah,
with this number of people on it.
yeah. There's literally no way we
this
can
is
evade.
not good.
Mhm.
I hope it's a smooth sail.
So we could either try to lay low and not put ourselves up against the sky, or unless we think we're more likely to encounter something like wyverns lower in
too
the
upset
I
to
feel
canopies.
eat.
like wyverns would be able to see us contrasted on the ground.
Too busy.
But if we get attacked, we might want to be close to the ground so we can do an emergency landing if we need to get off the ship.
What if we stay above, right above tree line?
That could work. What do you
It's
think,
kind of an
Sylvanas?
Be very visible from the ground. If there's anything that can reach us from the ground. I mean, it's really like, what way you want to gamble. There's going to be risk regardless.
Yeah.
Zelenis steps up to the side and he puts his hand on Tunuk's shoulder and he goes, honestly, I believe this man here has begun to really understand the ship. And truly, I'm going to go with what he says here.
All right.
But,
Well,
Tanuk,
I've always been one for democracy, I guess. I think
that's fair.
that it might be better if we stay on the lower side, although we're going to have to keep our wits about us because if we get attacked, we immediately have to put this thing down. If
Yes, there are no evasive maneuvers.
Zelenis stops for a second and he goes, oh shit, there are so many innocents on here. And he just looks at the deck that has somewhere in the realm of about 25 people on it. He's just looking back and forth. All of them injured. And then he turns and he looks back at Matthias and he goes, and we have a potential target.
We must be on high alert.
Yes.
Bandits, mercenaries, wyverns. Nothing that we haven't faced before. I would say it's a pretty typical day.
You hear one of the women off to the side and goes, bandits. What was the second word you said? I can't think of it.
Mercenaries.
Yeah.
Mercenaries.
Yeah. So she goes, bandits, mercenaries, and wyverns. Oh my.
Thank you. I was waiting for it.
Everyone wants a different piece.
So, did you help Matthias send his message?
Zelenis perks up and goes, oh yes, earlier when everyone was apparently dealing with something, Matthias and I spoke. There are currently 3 ships that are being dispatched to come upriver to encounter the people who were left. I don't
Actually-
know.
Sorry, go ahead. No, continue.
Oh, he stops for a second. I don't believe I understand. I didn't get the name of the woman we left. In charge. I don't have the ability to send her a message.
Well, I can describe her.
I have a name.
You have a name. That's useful. What was it?
Balin Hilnath.
Amara, make a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
You knew. Alright.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Excusez.
Indeed. Because I have a bajillion.
Vigilant herbs.
Evan.
No, that works. You say this name to him, and you see a small tick on his face, a widening of his eyes. And then a curious uptick of his eyebrow intended directly at you. And you would surmise from this that he understands what a drow name sounds like. He goes, I see. All right. I will send him a message now. Hold on. And he moves off to the side and begins to send off the message to him. You hear as he's just, all of you see as he moves off to the side and goes, yes, Phelan, Zelenis, from ship. People heading your way more than a week out. Will you survive? Yes or no? He waits for a second. Okay. And he turns and looks at all of them and goes, she responded that they would be,
It's pad
they
time.
should be fine until that time. There is enough magical essence and ability, natural affinity, so to speak, between the members of your cadre, and he looks over at Matthias, and her own skills, that they should be able to maintain the general health and welfare of everyone until the ships arrive. And Matthias nods, and everyone looks at all of you. Well, I believe that we should be able to get to the city itself then. I hope that they make it there fast. I don't know if anything's going to change. And then he Zelena. Matthias stops and goes, yes, this is the wilds. We don't know if anything's going to suddenly happen. But I hope they get there soon. And Zelenis turns and looks and says, she apparently has the ability to send the same sort of message. So in the event that an issue comes up, she will contact me. She said she has my name now. Matthias nods, and Zelenis also. So, y'all are trying to fly to the city. Tonuk, are you going to stay
She
in
can
control
do
of the ship,
sending.
or are
She
you
can
gonna pass
talk
it
to
on?
me someday.
I mean, if somebody else wants to fly,
I'm
he
sorry.
was going to propose, if it might be maneuverable enough. I'm not sure we can make sure to follow the river. It might be longer, but that way we can at least verify that the ships are on their way and there's nothing that they get hung up on. Or do you want to just head on the same path, Matthias?
Matthias stops and goes, well, I'm very assured that they will send out the ships. It is entirely up to you, and he indicates all of you, if you trust me to have sent them.
Oh, no, so long as you don't have any urgency in getting back, I'd say if you wanted to, but we can just keep on track.
He turns and looks at Zelenis and goes, there may be a few more sendings that I need you to send, but at the very least, if I can get there, we were not due in my city for another several days, so long as I can rely on you, I should be able to make it. And then he turns and he looks at the crowd and he goes,
these are going to be some very hungry people soon. He's just looking back and forth between everybody.
Is Ink Eyes awake for this conversation? Because he did
You
go to sleep.
are unconscious.
Yeah, I'm making sure because he said everyone, and I'm like, oh, PTSD.
So, it is up to you.
I say we just stay on path then, especially with the rationing of food being
And
later.
With that, Rowan is gonna kind of take the cue from the lady that was fishing on the river, and maybe start looking around for like a line that he could use as like a fishing line, and maybe try to makeshift a fishing. Try to find
Okay.
some like nicks and crannies around the ship to kind of improvise one.
So, make an investigation check.
That hit hard. So 14. 14 plus 1, that's a 15 investigation.
You do find some sort
I'm
of
eating-
length of a wiry,
So good.
twinish material.
It's got okay. So I'm over meat.
And you could probably pull
Completely.
a piece of wood up or combine it with some sort of large pole-like weapon.
So Doug tried to give me like
make
a snack with
fishing
salami, crackers, and cheese. I smelled the salami and I felt like I
But
was gonna
you
be
are
sick.
flying through the air.
I had pad thai with
Oh yeah, well,
tofu
just
and
in case if they start getting hungry, we'll
feel
have
better.
it. Out of curiosity, with the discovery, I'm sure Roman will be like, maybe we can make 2. Can he search for additional material to make it, or did what he find could potentially create 2 improvised?
I would say the material that you have, you probably could make 2.
Okay. Rowan's gonna create another one and
Burped.
walk
Like a
up
king.
to Tunic. I think I got our potential food shortage figured out.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I don't know if the this like auto flight functions in water, but we can always land in the river and do fishing if we need to, and then get back up in the air.
That was my thoughts exactly. So, and Rowan's gonna kind of put them near just in the room, the command room, I guess we'll call it, command center room, and just kind of walk around and see if people need help. Maybe talk to people.
Okay.
Sounds good. Then we'll stay in the air. We'll stay close to the river in case we need to go down easy.
You got it.
Food.
At some point, Davner's gonna want to go find Amara and have a conversation. Kind of like away from everyone, and be like, "So that woman that you knew."
It is a note. This is a very crowded ship.
Yeah, well, like it wouldn't be like it would be kind of a.
Are we going inside of our room?
Well, I'll be like,
there's probably
that'll leave
people
that one up to you. I'll
Like-
walk up and be like, "So that woman whose name you called out," and kind of wait for recognition.
Nod.
Are you aware of that she's wearing an illusion?
Well, yes. She made herself known, but for her own reasons, wishes to stay as she is.
That's fair. I figured it might be. I wasn't sure if you knew, because it would be. If I saw another halfling that was disguised, it'd be interesting tidbit I'd like to know.
Thank you. I understand why she's veiling to speak.
Oh, she seemed nice enough, so. Yeah, I was gonna say something earlier, but distraction from,
Oh, the
previous-
screaming.
Yeah,
So,
Gonna-
are you going to drink whatever in those vials?
Eh,
Have a wee
Well,
little, have a little.
From what I can
little toss.
understand, it's pretty risky, but there's some risks might outweigh the reward in considering it. Once we get to land.
Once we get to land, you're just gonna pop it, chug it, see what happens.
I mean, this other one, I'll pull out I'll kind of wave the side effects feats. I'll be like, I mean, that if anyone wants to drink this, it could,
Beats. Like,
it could,
you get more.
yeah, there's a chance it'll help you learn a new skill.
Oh, a skill! Oh, okay. Thought you
But
would.
you could also, I don't know. It's alchemy. Some mad asshole put it together and was like, yeah, this will be a good thing to make over and over again.
Right. And it'll be fun for a mad asshole like you to try.
Yep. Just so you guys know, we might be in some. Well, I might be we all might be hunted now soon.
Excuse you?
Oh, we already were.
Well, that woman, if she does know my name, and if she brings it up in Ravnica, we might have some company.
Well, unfortunately, we did shout your name a couple of times, and she probably
Yep.
knows everybody else's, so.
And I tried to lie, but she knew, and yeah, I almost died trying to escape. So.
Well, my mom always said never to lie, because it always comes back to haunt you.
Yeah, you're an assassin and a con artist, right?
Yeah, I was an assassin for them, and then they murdered my family, so
As you do.
I almost died trying to get revenge, and I don't know how I forgot that. It's weird.
Enough raps on the head, you'll forget anything.
Apparently. It only took my head exploding to remember it, but, let's not try to think too much into that.
So you all say this. The private conversation suddenly interrupted as Tunuk and Rowan both sort of like appear in a doorway and in sort of a half window and are like, wait, what did you say? Hold on. Might be like we're being hunted, as your private conversation in a very crowded ship is no longer private.
Yep.
That said,
Sorry, I kind of have, and Ron's gonna point to his ears.
Yeah, it's a small ship.
It's a small ship.
Aren't they
For sure, I
rounded?
heard the old.
That's what Ink Guy should have said. It's a small ship.
That said, Tunuk, roll a d12 for me, please.
Yes, they're rounded. It's a weird.
Right.
I'm gonna go up
That
and
is a
like scritch where
7.
your ears should be longer and it's not.
I know I'm weird.
As you are watching, you hear a slight beeping that comes from your pocket. And you reach into your pocket and you pull out the slate, and you see as a series of just like glyphs and figures appear on it. Looking down, you see that there is an indication of an incoming storm. The ship is recommending a course alteration to get around the storm, or you can drive directly through it.
What's it look like? The alteration's going to be like? Is it like
It
a
will add
40-degree deviation?
approximately 12 hours to your trip.
There's a storm that we're heading towards, guys. According to this thing,
Of course,
Run.
when he's talking, how dare you, PC guy?
Right about that moment, suddenly Tunuk is
Early in opportunity.
gone in a flash.
see,
It happened again. The invisibility. He
What
just did it on
magic is this?
accident.
yeah, just considering how overladen we are in the condition of some of these, civies, we probably will want to go around it. It's going to add about 12 hours, though. Thoughts? Agreements?
I'd say
Disagreements?
12 hours is a price I'm willing to pay for some safety.
And
We-
Rowan's gonna look at the exposed people. We have no cover.
If it was just us, we could do it, but
But wounds in a storm, I mean, if we look at it objectively, either way, they kind of picked the poison. Both sides have things to worry about. Either way, things coming. So let's go around. Fuck it.
Eloquent.
Yep.
Speaking up from
Play on the
behind
safe
you,
side.
Zelenis mentions, well, we're going to need to recharge soon, too. I
Oh,
believe we have 16 hours left, right?
right.
Can we do it before it runs out for continuous flight? Is that the plan?
Yes, easily.
All right. I say we just do it now and get it out of the way so we can be fully rested, if possible, by the time
That's
we
fair.
run into something.
It's true, and I can assist this time. If all three of us add in, it will add more hours.
So, question. If we were all three do a level 2 instead of doing all high levels, how would that pan out for us? I forget the scale.
I'd have to look at the scale again. I
Okay.
believe last time you sacrificed, what was it?
A 4, a 5
Yeah,
Mhm.
4 and a 5.
A
each.
4 and a 5, and it was 36 hours for that time period,
Mhm.
Oh,
which
so that'd probably be
meant
like...
which was a 5 put it at, I believe, 24 hours, and then a 4 put it at an additional 12 hours.
So
that was
we'll
a
probably
36.
want to go at least 4s.
4.
all
I would
around.
I would say 4 just in case shit hit.
All right. So that's what we'll do.
All right.
The
Zelenis
deviation.
leads you over to the area, or starts heading that way. What were you going to say, Tuna?
So the deviation's taking us how far away from the river? Because we're kind of sticking above it right now.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is it taking us? Like we wouldn't be able to land in it, and the course that we're deviating to get around this storm, right?
Correct.
How long until the storm hits?
Looking out, judging by it, anyone can make a perception check to sort of give sort of a seafarer's eye as to how long.
Oh, I'm not a seafarer.
Rowan will.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep treating
Also, Tanook, remember,
Mhm.
this ship does not turn on a dime. You're going to have to give leeway.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure I don't have to tell you that.
What am I checking? Perception?
Yep, perception.
Yeah.
13 plus 6, so 19.
I spent 0 seconds
With a
watching me.
19, you step out on the ship, and there's still like people out
Well,
in
does that
there,
work
and they're
for
sort of just
Yeah, exclamation
dealing
point,
and
watch
hanging
time.
out, looking up to the sky. You do see, as in the distance, thunderheads are
Same.
billowing up, and judging by what you have, like sort of angle and distance, you'd say you're probably about 2 hours away from it.
Okay.
Rowan's gonna walk back in 2 hours. Tonic.
All right. Do we want, while you're charging, let's land in the water. The people who aren't charging can spend an hour trying, gather up some fish or something, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. and then we'll take off because we're going to lose that opportunity trying to
Yeah.
go around this thing.
That's a good idea. Rowan's gonna go ahead and grab a fishing pole and hold the other one out for anybody who wants to join him.
I have a question.
Yes.
1d6 in the past or the future, is that seconds, minutes, hours, or days?
Days.
The seed has been planted.
Just a singular.
The chaos.
The risk.
The chaos.
My
And he died.
fear on the boat, doing it on the boat, though, is if I hit that. And
He rolled.
I
a
would
D-
literally go from, like, I'm assuming it's
Reroll.
positional. So, like, if a moving boat, you're not going to be moving with the boat. So you'll stay here and then just pop there 5 days later and the boat's not going to be there.
And then what happens to you in our timeline? How
I will note that no one else has any idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, we have no fucking clue at all.
Yeah.
I assume it's one of the
Um,
magical items that you got or some shit. Or
He's about to fucking time travel, is what's happening.
Possibly.
it's
Would
fucking
any-
Doctor Who.
See, there we go. He confirmed it.
He's gonna hop in a TARDIS and then just.
Well,
Yeah.
while they're charging Tunic, will you mind helping me with some fishing?
Oh, that was a fullest intent. Let's go. We only
Alright.
have to go with no nets, right?
So, while they are working on charging it up, Zelenis does like pushes people out of to the side, and lines up Amara, Noob, and himself in the major portion of the deck to begin charging. While this is all getting set up, Rowan and Tanook, I want you two to make either animal handling check or dexterity checks to see how good a fisherman you are.
I actually had an interesting
That's fun.
idea that we could pull a third person into fishing this way. I was gonna, whoever the third person is gonna be either Davin or it could be Ink Eyes. So I was gonna try to actually jump in the water and swim around and catch the fish.
If Ink Eyes was gonna help out, that's what he was gonna do.
Davner uses bow and, like, spearfish, essentially.
You probably could. I mean, Rowan has lines
You could
set up.
certainly try.
You could
Yeah.
probably
Just two
you could
lines.
probably like maybe
Do the
set
do the
something up.
spear fishing where we just kind of you can do that. Rowan's
You could do a thumb bass fishing. Just put your thumb in the water and wait for them to bite.
right.
And grip.
Well, Rowan is just gonna go ahead and do the standard fishing because he doesn't
Okay.
really have any.
I'm gonna say for you, Rowan, either animal handling or dexterity, whichever one is better.
Animal handling is better.
I'm gonna give the who's gonna take the fishing pole, the other fishing pole.
Ink Eyes isn't awake, so.
Yeah, I would say by this point, Ink, you would be awake. You would have woken up by this.
Alright, then he'll go
It's just
ahead
a
and
while.
take the pole.
And I'll start spearfishing.
Okay.
Then
So,
I'm gonna give the I don't want to risk taking that thing in the water. The slate. Unless I know it's waterproof in it.
I'll take it for you if you would like.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that on. I'm gonna keep it on deck. Play it safe.
All right. Rowan's gonna
that'll
go
be-
ahead and take the control, the panel. Thing.
Okay.
You can just leave it sit
Slate.
there or something. It's fine.
Yeah.
So, Dex or animal
gonna-
handling?
I'm
Yep,
gonna
with the fishing
transform.
rod.
I'm gonna-
Alright.
You gonna transform?
Oh.
Oh, I
Okay.
gotta transform.
Yeah. So you see as Tuna transforms into his bestial form on the edge, you will have to spend a rage for that.
Oh yeah, yep. I'll have to spend a couple, I think, depending on how long I fish.
How are you?
Rowan,
That's a 20 on my fishing check.
Okay.
Unless I
Rowan.
accidentally shoot you one time.
And Davner, make a
I'm gonna look away from you and see what happens.
attack roll with
Can I
disadvantage.
look at you?
That's what I was thinking.
Am I gonna look at you? Are we about to be best friends? Are we already
Well,
best friends?
that's the first one was a
Find out.
4, and that was the lower
I'm
one.
your best
So that's a 4
friend.
plus 4, so or 4 plus 14, so 18.
Still stuck.
Okay.
Or-
There you go.
Would
Super
attacking the fish and
I can't
like
look
catching
at you
fish
now.
would that be
I
enough to
refuse.
fuel the
I won't
rage.
look at you.
The act of
Okay, I'll
fishing.
look at you.
I'm gonna say no.
The rage of
The
killing
rage of
fish.
killing fish.
Rage
Oh
fishing.
no, I can't
Rage fishing
see
is
you
not a thing.
now.
Okay.
Rageful
Just-
problems
I
require
can't see
rageful
my little
solutions.
I mean, I
doggy.
imagine bear fishing,
Oh,
which is what he's doing, as being a pretty rageful sport.
This is
Yeah.
true. You know
And
what?
not having
Burn
food,
two
that's
if
a
you want.
rageful
I would say
Oh
it's
problem.
no, I
vicious,
can't look at
maybe
you.
not rageful.
You're
Yeah,
too
it's
cute.
vicious. And it's not gonna be.
I'm gonna
rageful,
need
yeah.
to be real.
But I will allow you to make it like
I can't look at you.
depending
You're too
on
cute.
how you roll.
How far
for
until
this,
you start wiggling
we
me?
will,
Oh, right
we
there?
will allow or disallow and to see if your rage continues.
Okay,
Make
a
that sounds
wisdom
good.
check.
So I've burned one. I've burned one.
So,
Make a
first
wisdom
off,
check to stay angry.
Hi.
the two people
love
with the
you.
fishing rods, which
Okay, I
were
can't look at you.
Ink
Rowan and-
Eyes
You're
and
too
Rowan.
cute.
Um, so Rowan and Ink Eyes, you
Oh,
pop your
no.
reel in,
Oh,
and after just
no.
like a minute or two, you feel a
I can't
tug on your pole, and like as you do, you're like you pull, and as you do, a fish just like on the end of it just pops out of the water, and like it's swinging on the end of your line. And Rowan, right as you see him do this, you feel something jerk really hard on your line, and you instantly like go to pull it in. Give me 1 second. Rowan, make a strength check.
It's a natural 20.
Okay.
So, 23.
You feel this, and it's heavy, it's hard, and you just and as you pull it up, there on the end of your line is a 4-foot long river cat, if you know what a river catfish is.
Yeah.
At the end of the line, and you're like you're pulling it up, and you do begin to hear a bit of cracking.
Foxy
coming
and
from
I are like in the
pole,
exact same way.
but you're pulling,
Ow.
and you're able to get the fish up
Ow.
onto it. So now you have like
Wow.
Ink Eyes' like relatively medium, large
There.
size bass, and Rowan, you have pulled a river cat out of the water and onto the boat.
Rowan's gonna
That's
take
Wow.
the hook out and kind of just go, "Ah!" And he's gonna kind of hold it above his head, and he's gonna kind of show it to Tunic, who's probably just thrashing in the water.
In the water, brutally murdering fish.
it is.
You know,
Then Davner, what was your attack?
18 with disadvantage.
18 with disadvantage.
Yeah.
So, with the 18 of disadvantage, you're aiming down. Make a perception check with advantage because of your goggles.
That's a 14 and a 4, so the 14 plus 10, so 24.
Okay. You click on your goggles, and in the most like pro fisherman way, you watch the water, and as you're gazing it through it, you see as it just sort of portions of the water fade away, and you peer in and you see as the fish are moving back and forth underneath the water. Aiming down with your bow, you instantly track 1, 2. You see these large fish moving past, and you're like, and it shoots, thunk, and you watch as the large fish just swoops to the surface and pulls up. I'm gonna 1 second. Oh, not that one. No, it was a D12. Okay. It is, once again, you've gotten a larger river cat. It's not as large as the one that Rowan pulled out, but this is a very sizable river cat. You've managed to spear, and it's sort of flunked up to the surface.
Can you
Tonuk,
grab that?
Tonuk, you hear as Davner's like, "Hey, can you grab that for me?" As a fish begins to float by.
roll for fish murder.
Yeah, do you want me to roll or just grab it?
You can just grab it and throw it back up at him.
Gotcha. So I'll just
So
dive under.
you dive under. Make a perception check.
Okay.
Fishing is fun. Why does everyone say it's boring?
All right.
'Cause
So
he's
that's
like-
a 17, 13 plus 4.
Okay, looking around, you see as like your underwater, your underwater guys just like peels away, and you see as the water just is filled and teeming with large and small large and small fish of all sorts. You're watching as like creatures move back and forth, and you even see like as what appears to be a large gator moves back and forth along the area just outside of your, or just inside of your range of vision. You see as like large river cats are moving down the water. You see as some bass are moving across. You even see turtles that are moving back and forth. Which ones do you want to go for?
Well, the gator seems like it could be fun, but I'm gonna just leave him be. Respect another predator. I'm gonna go after the larger river cat, or whatever the larger that I can see between the river cats and bass.
So, make an attack roll on the river cat.
Okay.
And what are you using to attack it with?
Well, I mean, my claws.
Just your claws? Okay.
Yeah, that's usually what is. So I'm just gonna just grab into its flesh and.
Okay, so
claim
first
it.
off, go ahead and make a attack roll on a fish, with disadvantage.
Okay, so the first one was a 17.
Is this going to be the one that got away?
Well, that was split between a 19 and a 1. But it was on my keyboard.
It'll haunt his dreams.
All right, so that one is a 10 plus 9, so it's 19.
Okay. You see one like really
Moby is
large
Moby Dick.
catfish going across, and you like
Moby
surge
Dick.
forward using your swimming speed, and you get right underneath it. You slash up at it, and you manage to pierce it on your hand, and you break through the surface, and you have just a large catfish, speared on your hand. And let's do. Oh. Looking up, it's almost as if it's a mate of the one that Davner speared. And you're looking up at it, you're like, oh yeah. And then like it's sitting there and it's hooked on your arm itself.
Okay, I'm gonna do exactly what I did with Davner's. I'm gonna hook it up onto the ship.
Make Davner make a
Athletics, or-
dexterity check.
I was waiting for this.
Yep.
Davider's probably like, I got it. Dex check is a 15.
15. Make a
My
make
coworker
a fish throwing check there.
just
to
found out she's having a
It's basically an
baby.
attack roll.
Like
I was gonna say if you want
sex,
to make
the sex.
athletics or attack roll.
She did it with golfing. Right,
That's-
okay.
So
Let's see,
same
I'll show you
modifier,
guys.
right?
Yeah.
It's attack roll. That's a
Yep.
10 plus 9, 19.
19. Davner, you're rolling back, and you see as the fish is coming right at you, and you like grab it.
I'll show you
But
guys.
as you are
Look,
a
she's gonna
4
go.
foot tall
Gonna
person,
go.
the fish goes
And boop.
and slams
It's a
into you, and you
girl!
like manage to like
Good
hold
job,
on to it, but you
Brittany.
are currently covered in
Good
a
job.
little bit of fish gut.
She really wanted a
as He pierced
boy.
it with his hand.
That's so
And
exciting.
it's
Little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of fish gut as he
I
pierced
just
it
wanted
with his
to
hand.
Girls are
boy is complete.
expensive.
And like
Its
he-
giant
boy would be
dragon hands
easier.
clutch.
as it's like holding on to it, it's like
Oh my
still
God,
moving
that's
and
great
wiggling a little bit
news.
before it like finally expires. But you do have now
Aw.
a few fish to fish with, to eat, and roughly about enough food to provide for one meal for everyone on board.
Okay. And that would be through the entirety of the fishing time over the course of the 1 hour, is what you're saying.
Easily.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Cool. All right.
So everybody and these injured people are helping you to skin and gut these fish, and prep them in the area. There are a couple of magic users who have the ability to use some semblance of magical fire to cook everything with. So after a very short amount of time, these fish are in
cooked and ready, and you have a catfish brawl right there on the river of the ship itself.
It's awesome.
Love it.
That's awesome.
That said, by the amount of time that this is taken to get ready, get done, the storm is bearing down on you.
Wait, so we took an hour and you said it was 2 hours for it to come, so we were just off in our estimate?
No, 2 hours to come in. The storm is bearing down on you.
It's
Oh,
coming.
At a-
It's coming.
I
It's coming.
thought like literally raining, bearing down
No,
on
no,
us.
No,
no,
no, no.
not
We need to
raining.
turn now,
It's,
and then
We
we'll
got
be
it,
at
on
yeah.
you.
Have
Now it's
we
time for us to go.
have we been burnt our 4th level? Should we check it off?
Yes.
Thank you.
That said, while everyone else is fishing, Zelenis, Akron, and Amara, Zelenis pulls all three of you, or Zelenis pulls both of you over, and you hear as like your friends are off like shooting at fish in the barrel, so to speak, and pulling fish in. You hear like sort of a laughter and a shouting and everything. And Zelenis begins to go through sort of a rote form. Matthias is actually off to the side and sort of watching all of this happen. And Zelenis is like, all right, between the three of us, we should be able to spend a level of magic that would give us 12 hours per person. With this, we should be able to power the ship for enough time without giving us too much of a detriment to ourselves. We are still going to have to worry about the exhaustive nature of it. So it's something to be aware of.
Go ahead.
That said, and he begins to draw out again the mechanics or the spell circle mechanics to charge everything with. The three of you position yourselves at the 3 points of the spell circle. What were you gonna say, Amara?
Matthias, as a solid favor for helping your mother take a very long nap, should one of us look like we're in danger or hurting from this, do me a favor and pull us off of the control.
Yes, ma'am. I believe I can. Is this going to kill you?
There's a first time for everything. I don't think so, but just do us a solid, please.
Okay. He sort of like pulls back slightly and is like watching all of this go down. He signals over to some of the people who are still injured but are able to stand up and points at like Zelenis and Akron. He's like, if they look like they're dying, pull them off. And he's preparing off to the side. He stands next to you, Amara. He's like, don't worry, madam. I will certainly take care of you in the event. No worries.
Thank
And
you.
he gives you a sort of a slight smile, as if he's trying to be charming.
Appreciate it. It's good.
That's
Okay.
that said, the three of you position in a way, and Zelenis is like, "Okay, are we ready?" And he looks over at Akron. He looks over at you, Amara. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. And he presses his hand on the circle, and the three of you feel as power begins to draw up and out of you. Go ahead and burn your 4th level spells.
This part always makes me
And
nervous.
the energy just flakes up and flows up around you. Were your friends not busy fishing to feed everyone, they would see as almost corporeal energy just encompasses and surrounds you all, flowing up and around and down into the center console itself. As all of you feel the power flowing out, it's not as intense as before because it's now divided between 3 people as opposed to 2. But I need Akron and Amara to roll a d20 for me. It's a Constitution save.
Oh boy, I got a I got a 12.
1 second. I am going to. I can use that on this.
Rip.
Oh well.
Didn't
This
feel
is a-
good last
it-
time.
This is a fail, correct? At a 10, because you said it's a Constitution save.
It's a Constitution save. Anything less than a 15 is a fail.
Okay,
So-
use favored by the gods.
All three of you, you're gonna use favored by the gods.
Yes, to get out
Okay.
of this.
All right.
Hopefully.
You have to use the new reroll, right?
Well, it's add 2d4 to that number, so I'll get
Okay.
plus whatever to 10.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Go ahead and roll it.
Oh, not the 4, it's 5, so I got 15. I'm right on the line.
Okay, so you succeed. Just at Amara, you fail. Zelenis fails.
Mhm.
It is slightly less intense because there's 3 people as opposed to 2. But you do feel as the power is pulling out of you. And Amara, you feel not like last time. It hurts and it burns inside of you. And you feel as like a scream is billowing inside of you. Just as you begin to scream yourself, you hear as Lennis himself begins to shout and yell in a just general, this is not good, as there is a spark and another spark on the console as energy is pulled out of you.
Oh, well, that was violent.
Amara, you have exhaustion, as does Zelenis. And you will need to make a full day's rest before that exhaustion is gone, as well as Zelenis. That said, you see as like the 3 of you drop to the ground and a hand on it. Amara, you feel as Matthias has dropped to the side and he's sort of holding you slightly there, and he's like, "Ma'am, are you okay? Madam, are you okay? Are you okay?" And he's got this very concerned look on his face. Besides Zelenis, one of the less burned but still injured individuals is like sort of propping him up on his side and, "Sir, are you okay? Hey man, are you okay? Okay? Hey," and sort of patting us on the cheek and, I'm all right. Oh, fuck, that hurts. And he's just sort of like holding himself to the side. Matthias turns to you, Amar, and goes, "What in the devil was that?"
Have you ever had something pulled out of you? Like ripped out of you?
I mean, no, not quite like that,
Well,
at least.
it could have been worse. The first time I did this, I was by myself. But it's a...
That's not true.
No, before you, dear. You weren't...
Oh, that's true.
It is
Mhm.
true.
She succeeded, but no.
It still hurt. But it's less so. I didn't know with all of us, but we're okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm good to hear that. What were you doing?
Kind of like...
We were sacrificing some of our power to fuel the ship.
Matthias looks up at you and quirks an eyebrow and then looks at the console itself. Ingenious. I'd heard of Evor's magically assisted materials, but I did not realize it was that. Interesting. He looks down at you, Amara, and a smile sort of returns to his face. Well, I do hope you are okay, ma'am, and you did not injure yourself for our well-being.
Not much, but if this intrigues you, highly recommend.
The barbarian gentleman.
Oh yes, he's gotten quite adept at this thing.
I
Surprised
most
he hasn't
definitely will have
named
to.
it yet.
I will have to speak with him. He sort of picks you up slightly and drops his hand and begins sort of like looking around and watching everybody. It's right about this time you see as a fish is flying through the air, and Davner's like, "I got it! I got it! I got it!" It lands in his arms. People are beginning to like gut the fish and clean everything up and grill as you have fire available for you. And the ship is up, charged, and running. You have food for the day and an hour before the storm hits.
You just see
Thanks.
guys out there just
Rowan's gonna help,
timelines this, death this. I just want to grill.
Rowan's gonna help Tonic get back on the ship. And kind of like pull him on board.
Thank you.
You reach down, you help him pull him up, and his draconic form, which I believe is slightly different because he was in the water, correct?
Yeah. He changed. Last time he changed, it definitely changed quite a bit. But yeah, you would notice gills.
Cool.
Rowan's gonna be like, that is really cool. Do you
He's
do
a
that?
fish man.
Oh, this is new.
That's,
But yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
that's useful. Breathe under the water.
There's a gator down there. Thought about getting it, but
Rowan's gonna
Yeah.
lean over. Maybe we can try that next time. I'll
mm,
help that. I'll go down there and help you.
well, we
got
gotta.
crocodiles, alligators.
Yeah, well, either or. They make good leather. But we should probably get this thing in the air and get moving before that storm actually hits. It's getting close.
With that, Rowan's gonna put the slate in his hand to carry it for you.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take a. So
I'll show Rowan how it works. So I know Rowan likes land vehicles and has used the ship before.
Rowan, make an intelligence check.
Oh boy.
See if you retain it, homie.
Do Percy. Not too shabby. I mean, it's gonna be a 14 plus whatever. So let's see.
14 plus intelligence. Your intelligence is
0?
not
a
no,
plus
it's
one.
plus.
It's a
Yeah,
plus 1.
15.
So I got a 15.
That is
15?
a 75% of the die.
You start working with him. Very quickly, he starts to get outside of what you're used to handling, but it does start to work, start to fall into place with for you. You do see how he's been able to use the controller, but you wouldn't be able to get like a full comprehension of it.
Sense. Yeah, I think I might need to play with that a couple of times.
yeah,
You know, it's like a more of like a learn as you do.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I'm yep. You learn through experience, but
yeah.
maybe not when we have a storm to dodge and so many damn people on the boat overweighting the shit out of it.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. But we got fish. They're already cooking
Yes.
stuff, so let's get some
And I'm
food.
hungry. So let's put this thing on auto flight and go.
Rowan's gonna
No.
watch him do it.
You watch as he reaches down and he starts like controlling the ship and pointing it in the direction that needs to go in order to go around the storm and activating it. And the ship just
Hey,
sort
Ducky,
of
are you
rises
still
up into
here?
the air and begins to fly
Your,
in that direction. You see as the ship leaves the general area
Your
of the
status
river
has 2 more
and
days
moving
until
away. But the ship,
a
the
vacation?
individuals on the ship have prepared multiple
You going
multiple
on
sort of
vacation?
plates of food, dealing with fish. You hear
Deserve
one
it.
Cajun guy come up and said,
Work really
this is
hard.
my nearly as good as my F2
Oh,
home, man.
Eurovision.
I
Oh.
tell you, they're great.
You deserve
And he sort of hands you
Eurovision.
off some
Oh.
fish that has been grilled very lightly.
Okay.
You're not quite sure where the herbs came from. He's like, that's some family secret I do take. Yeah. As
All
he,
I can
as
think
he
of
helps
is
you.
I was just looking at
oh
that.
god,
I
what
was
is
like,
that
Ducky.
guy where he's like
Waterboy?
talking? No, where he's talking. He's like, You like to see homos naked?
Joe Dirt.
From
I
the
know.
moments where you make it.
Ink
I'm
Eyes
going
is
on
gonna
vacation.
How would you like to see?
poke at
Next
the
month.
herb on the fish.
I haven't told
and
anybody.
be like, "This isn't
I'm
drugs,
going on
is it?"
vacation now that I'm vaccinated.
Rowan's gonna eat it without even questioning in front of the guy. He's just gonna eat it in front of him.
Make a
Minute two-
const. No.
Oh.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Tune out his
Chokes on a
guts'
fish
teeth.
bone.
Yeah.
He's hungry.
You do
Hawaii.
get
We're going
a
to Hawaii.
faint hint of
Not for our
saffron
honeymoon. We're going like with the
Um,
full family.
as he's like
Still don't
he's-
know what we're doing
he's-
for honeymoon
he's
anymore.
apparently seasoned it very well and it's with a slight lemony taste to it. And the guy turns and goes, I do tell you, I take care of I always carry my spices everywhere I want to go. Yeah, I do. Mhm." As he reaches into his like a small case he has next to him, and there's a series of seasonings that it's right in front of
He
him.
will.
Ink Eyes will just
Saffron, holy
shrug
crap.
and then go ahead and just devour the fish whole.
He's a spice trader from the
And-
moons of Naboo.
Can we keep this guy?
Ring ding dingery doo.
He's the fucking Resident Evil 4 merchant, but for spices.
Oh.
What are you salt?
What are you
Actually, he
buying?
sells
pepper and
So what are you buying?
An old friend of mine used to say that.
That's. I forgot about that already.
Um,
Love them Easter eggs.
um, yeah, Rowan's just gonna scarf down the fish and just.
Ah, I tell you, I do believe that is some of the best stuff I've made, and it's such a easy order. I said, yeah.
I have to agree. Thank you so much.
hmm and he's walking along, and he's just sort of like a happy, sort of go-lucky guy, moving back and forth between the area.
Hey, what's your name?
My name?
Joe.
Yeah,
Oh, my name is my name be Pierre. Pierre, my name.
Pierre.
My name be
Pierre.
Pierre.
Nice to meet you, Pierre.
Pierre, spice trader
Pierre.
extraordinaire.
You know a guy
Spice
named
Master Pierre.
Boomy?
Boo.
Me?
Boomy.
Boom, no, Boom Howard. Yeah, I know about Howard. My brother Bear. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Calm
Extraordinaire.
down, tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah. I tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Anyway, the ship is rising through the air. You have full bellies filled with freshly roasted and sautéed.
I'm gonna spend like
catfish.
6 hours just
Um,
memeing.
So hungry right now.
And generally speaking, you have been able to avoid the major storm that was bearing down on you, with a unfortunate divergent of the actual ship around it. The people riding with you, though still injured, and many of them still nursing wounds, are alive and well. Though the ship is obviously not holding incredibly well with the ability to maneuver around things. And you begin to just sort of drift along and fly away. Matthias is watching this, and he seems to be just sort of watching everybody around you. Takes a second to inspect the console, taking a look at it. Zelenis sort of steps up to the side of him and goes, "Is this something I can help you with?"
Oh.
Matthias steps back and goes, "No, I was simply curious about the nature of this mechanism. How does it work?" Zelenis looks at him and says, "That's a trade secret. I do request that you not attempt to find out."
Oh.
Matthias stops for a second and goes, "I will respect that while I'm on the ship. But once we're off, I would like to understand this. This could do a great many things for my people. Just look at what it's done here. None of us could have even possibly made it this far." Zelenis looks at him and goes, "There are many things I have learned over the years. Many of those things are that someone can tell me that they're about to do great things for good reasons and still murder my friends.
Facts,
So with
man. Facts.
all respect, sir.
That's facts. Mad respect.
Show me before you tell me.
Mad respect. Mad respect.
Zelena sort of steps up and rounds on him in not an aggressive way, but very much a show of I am not weak. Matthias seems to nod his head and goes, I understand.
Mad
I
respect.
truly do. And steps back and sort of slowly walks his way over to the area of the back half of the ship and just watches. Amara, you watch as his eyes sort of fall on you for a second. He gives a smile and nods at you. And just continues looking. You see in the distance as the storm violently rages. Large strikes of lightning crisscrossing the area.
Well, we
Matthias.
Sorry.
No worries. Matthias walks up to the edge next to you, Tanuk. As you say, I'm glad we got out of that.
Yeah.
And he goes, yes, indeed. Something like that is going to draw in wyverns.
Mm-hmm.
You ever been in a storm, Matthias?
Rowan's gonna kinda-
the rain and the lightning, the beasts.
Rowan's gonna kind of do like a little bird pickup. I think, and then Rowan's gonna kind of go to the case where he got the flares from before.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any more in there, or is that there was only 3?
There was only 3.
Oh, he's gonna open it and get really sad.
It's the same case that Ink Eyes picked up and just threw across the room, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Forsaken,
Aw.
gone.
Never mind. Well, we got storage. We got a place for storage. It's gone. Never mind. I had an idea, but it's gone.
Well, we will have to restock that.
Well, this is like, what was that? What did you find?
Well, so when you were out cold a couple days ago,
Yes.
where Davner went to go looking for Amara and Ink and Tunic,
Mm-hmm.
but I was here and I could hear a lot of commotion going on, so I decided to put some flares out in an opposite direction to kind of distract the whatever was pursuing them. Dinosaurs, right? We're following you guys or something.
Yes, dinosaurs.
Yeah. I had a
So-
duel with that giant T-Rex. and
Yeah.
yeah.
I
So
didn't get to finish it.
I thought maybe we could use the flares to maybe distract the dragons, but we don't have any.
But we do have an Acron.
We also
Pew,
currently
pew,
don't have any
flame
dragons.
Well, in the event that
In
they
the
could-
event.
Yeah, that's what I'm
yes.
saying. So
But I'm gonna bend down to the deck of the ship. Knock on wood, we don't have to deal with them.
Rowan's gonna knock on the I'm assuming the wood panel in front of him as well.
Yeah, just like he's knocking on it. You say that, and like Zelenis bends down and opens up the sort of green and yellow case, and he's looking at it and goes, "Virus, what have you been making?" As
These things.
he lifts his head and he looks up and goes, "What?"
These things right here. They're pretty nifty.
May I?
Yeah, and I'll hand it over to him.
He takes it and he begins sort of like looking around at it and like looking through it, and he goes, puts it up to his eyes for a second, and he's looking back and forth. And he stops for a second, and you see as a sort of fey light gathers at his eyes and in his hands. He's like, my word, that is interesting. And he lifts it up and he turns it and faces it to himself. True as well, I suppose. And he hands it back to you with a look on his eye, and he goes, those are very interesting glasses. I don't think Virus made them, though. I think he made something similar, but I think those were his. To be honest, I think that's what he made them from.
Pretty cool.
And
I've seen through like dirt and stuff with them.
I can imagine you would. And he stops for a second. And he looks and he goes, "Treat them well. They are paying attention."
Do you see through clothes with those?
I haven't tried, but I'm sure.
I mean, Rowan, you could just ask.
I better not find out you've
Oh.
been staring at my dick this whole time.
At least two people.
I think Rowan was just curious. He was just gonna check it out.
You guys uncomfortably that.
I mean,
Nobody's staring at my dick.
Yeah, exactly.
Walked
Just
right
like
into that one.
just like the edgy teenager he is.
But Rowan is gonna kind of blush at the Amara's remark. But...
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. But Zelenis sort of laughs and he goes,
Denver's gonna go to Inkai and be like, Ink, don't feel too bad. You're pretty well endowed for a halfling.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, you know, the cards fall where they may.
Oh, easy dick jokes.
Yeah, dick jokes
Wow, you took
are
that-
funny.
You took that pretty well for a confession.
Oh god. Anyway, Zelenis.
Zelenis is sitting off to the side and he's just like, I could fireball them all. Fireball them all. And he's just like putting his head, but he's like, he looks up at you, at Davner, and he's just like, dick jokes aside, do remember that they are paying attention.
But
And
the
they are
glasses?
aware. Yes.
That's weird.
They're
I've seen a bunch of
sentient.
ghosts and stuff. Weird.
So,
You're
and he,
seeing
like, he catches your at your moment there, and he goes, "You can see ghosts with that."
Yeah, sometimes they freak me the fuck out a little bit, but
You can see dead people.
that's why I was like, do you guys see that? And then I took them off and I didn't see them and I just assumed I was crazy.
Oh, I'm so let down. You can see dead people.
Would you call that sort of a sixth sense?
I mean, yeah, that's how I saw that one lady. She was shocked that I could see her, but
Was she dead?
no, the one that I was chasing after.
Are you
Oh.
sure she's not dead?
She's not currently
Zelenis-
dead.
Zelenis speaks up and he goes, "You could see through her invisibility."
Yeah, I think so. It's the only way that they didn't know what I was running after.
Interesting. They're awake.
Or you can eat the rest of your fish.
Oh, it's already gone.
Yeah, fish is already gone. Zelenis sort of walks over to you and he looking at the goggles a little bit more deeply, and he's like, "These are awake. They like you."
I mean, who doesn't? Oh. Never
Currently,
mind.
you guys.
I'll add it to the list.
But he stops and he's like, "You can see into the ethereal plane with those. And they are paying attention to what you do."
Oh, well. That's mildly creepy.
Now I like them even less.
I like them even
Oh, well.
more.
Oh, some asshole outside is really loud with his car. Okay.
Can
Hey,
can
he-
you talk to him?
Not the asshole outside. They're your goggles.
I mean, I had to go talk to him to get him to do things. It just kind of for some reason I got compelled to say something, and then, bam, I could see through stuff.
What if it's like a
Ooh,
will thing?
creepy.
Like, wow, I want to see through that wall. And you can then see through that wall.
Davna, try it on Rowan's clothes. See what happens. Will it?
Mara, we're gonna
Describe the image to me in detail.
Will
we're
it?
gonna need you to go into timeout there, Amara.
Will it?
Think about 20% off. That's really damn.
We need a designated horny jail.
Grab Amara by her ear and do the little like mom twist thing and be like, "Come with me."
You're going to fucking horny jail.
Will it?
I don't
Well-
think it'll do anything.
No. Delaying the inevitable at best.
Yeah.
Zelenus just sort of laughs and shakes his head, and he nods to you, Davner, and begins to just sort of walk away. Not that he can go very far. And watching off in the distance of the lightning, just strikes back and forth. Joins Matthias on the edge, as you all begin to fly in the large arc around the area. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Davner's
Here.
gonna go to the side of the ship in case he has to throw up. I did math and it was very bad. I shouldn't have done it. He's gonna down the known side effects. Just the straight one.
Okay. Which
Oh
one?
my god.
You drinking one of those random ass potions you got?
The straight one.
Yo.
The straight one?
No.
Yeah,
Did we-
that's
You're gonna do this away from us?
yeah.
I'm gonna.
Oh,
Is it
I'm
piss?
doing it like in case I have to throw up overboard.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
So you see
What
as
is
the
this?
You said
see
fuck.
as what is this? This is piss.
piss.
I had a 33% chance of
Piss with ink.
something very bad happening.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Davner is about to die.
So as you walk
Again.
over Davner, yes, again. Davner, as you walk over, you pull out the straight one. This is the just the straight one, right? The normal one.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear as almost as if a very light voice talking at just 1,000,000 miles a second begins to read off a series of known side effects as
This birthday
you
cousin.
pull the cork and you chug
Oh no.
the potion of known side effects. Roll a
No.
33. I did. It's a
D6.
5.
That's a
That
5.
was the bad one.
No.
Okay.
Please roll a 1.
Roll another d6.
No.
God damn it.
No.
It's a
You roll
5.
another
Fuck.
four.
Fuck.
Just tacking on them side effects.
Yeah,
Now
so this is
roll a d20.
Oh
Instant death.
fuck.
No.
instant death.
Oh.
14.
Rip.
Okay. All of you hear as Davner is just drinking this potion that was randomly found. You hear a very quick voice speaking. Great now, my lad. That was mass producing various potions. If you drink this potion, roll 1d6 and apply one of the known side effects. You develop one uncontrollable dragon's breath. Your bones become consistent. You have dragon's breath. Your height becomes 1d6 for halfling. Your pores emit one smell of unwashed ogre for 1d6 days. Your body begins to glow and transport 1d6 into the past or future,
Oh no.
determined by rolling a d20.
Oh.
As the voice slows down on that one point, you watch, all of you see, as a bright flash happens and a clap. And Davner is gone.
5 days in the future.
Did he get struck by lightning? What happened? Where's Davner?
I have no idea. I have no idea. He was right there just a second ago.
I mean,
And they'll go over there. Does it look like there's char marks or anything like that? Is it just
Make an
nothing?
investigation check.
I shouldn't have done the math.
That is a 4.
It was a 4.
It was a 3 plus 1 is a 4.
Okay. You're looking down, you're like, he's been disintegrated!
he's gone.
You
Or
guys
he's
will-
Davner's
very
dead.
still.
I would like
I'm
to
gonna
do
poke.
a detect magic.
What?
I would like to do a detect magic and investigate around where he was standing last.
You can go ahead and do that.
All right.
Rowan's
The
gonna-
12th T is like Davner's
detect.
gone.
Rowan's gonna rush over to
Alright,
the edge of the
and,
boat to see if maybe he fell, and he's gonna try to see if he fell behind. Or
Rowan,
fell
make a
off the-
perception
you-
check.
Do you want me to do an arcana or
Uh,
investigation?
First off, I want you to make a perception check.
Perception, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I almost got us to level 10, guys.
Uh,
So I got a
That's all
7 in
I was
perception,
doing.
but I
Excuse
rolled a
me.
nat 1.
What was yours, Noob?
One moment, please.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well,
Rolling.
you wanna roll good, huh?
11.
That's not bad. For what you're looking for, it's pretty obvious. First
Yeah,
off, though,
figured.
Rowan, you see Davner fucking disappear. Gone.
Yeah.
You see Tunuk run over. He's gone! You shoot to the side. Did he fall over the side? And you're like looking down and around, and there's nothing but trees beneath you. Maybe he fell?
I'll see him.
Akron.
Yes.
You are standing off to the side and you stand back and you're like looking around and you see there on the deck is a slowly consolidating and fading hole that is just filled with chronomagic or chrono-based magic.
Okay. Oh dear.
Make an
Can-
Arcana check. Because Noob is the only one that knows this yet.
9.
You go, I see time magic. And you're looking at this like hole that's right there.
And that's all I got.
That's all you got.
Valenus.
can I cast
Good.
counterspell? You said magic?
Counterspell on.
What?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
A potion effect?
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing. Rip.
Zelenis like walks up and goes, what happened? What's going on?
Oh, you.
So
Zelenis, he laughed way too hard at the dick joke. He's gone.
Did he throw himself off the ship? It wasn't that
No,
bad.
he
a joke.
disappeared in a flash of light.
No.
It wasn't that funny.
It so I don't know where or when in this case he went,
When?
but there's a flash and it's now deteriorating of chrono magic.
What?
Okay. And then, like, he went to a
He's been
different
sent
time.
through time. I don't know what
Oh.
direction though.
If we touch it, can we go too?
I mean, I already touched it. Did I touch it? I don't know.
You
Did I?
haven't
I don't
seen
know
anything.
if it's a good idea to go through time with him. Somebody needs to be here on the ship. We go through time. We skip that part.
I don't even think we.
It was him that drank the potion, right? So
What the fuck was in that
He
potion,
has
Amara?
dimension door. He can catch up to us in space when we get to that time. Hopefully he knows what is going on.
I don't think he can. I think he has to be within a certain range, right? With dimension door.
I had hoped
Or
that
know
the
the
alchemist
place.
would know. But,
Yeah,
I'll be fine.
Well, at this point, I believe we have to take the long way around to get to him. None of us can deal with this kind of magic. Can you?
Oh,
Amara?
yeah.
no.
can't
Use
do anything
ones?
about this now. So let's
No, not.
Zelenus he shouldn't have drank
stands
that
there and
potion.
he's looking and he's like, "You said you see chromatic magic, right?"
That is correct. It's rapidly deteriorating. I think it's stitching itself back together.
He pulls his hands together and he activates his own detect magic, and you see it's like fey light starts to emit from his eyes, and he's looking at it, and he is just paying attention. He's watching very hard, and he goes, "What in the name of hell is this?"
That's a good sign. What?
And he like follows his eyes down, and he sees a small vial on the dock of the ship. And he picks it up, and listed on the side of it is the potion of known side effects. And the 5th known side effect, transport 1d5 or 1d6 into the past or future. He looks at the bottle, holds it up, and goes, "I don't think he's in Kansas anymore."
What's
I don't
Kansas?
even know where the
What
fuck
is
Kansas is.
And guys is just gonna
What
say,
the fuck is happening right now?
what the hell is a D6?
So the
And that's where we're going to leave it till next Saturday.
Okay.
Bye, Downer. Time to re-roll a character.
Oh, it was so
Good.
close because I was
We need
rolling it and I
doctors in
saw it. I was like, oh.
Here's the thing, though. If he bamfs back into that place in time after how many days,
He's
we're
gonna
not
be in
need
the
that. We have
air.
to stay.
you're gonna be in the air.
I have Dimension Door. It's fine.
That's what I was
By
saying.
the way, this was the
Can
potion.
you fly like a squirrel?
He's light. The smaller things are, the less force they or less
Where's the
damage they
potion?
take when they fall.
He's light and he has a cloak,
Oh,
so
yeah.
he can fly like a squirrel. He doesn't even need a dimension door.
Oh my god.
Exactly. Alrighty,
It was a
folks, I
valiant
gotta get up
attempt.
early tomorrow, so I'm
Hmm.
gonna peace
Night,
out.
noob.
Great episode. Have a
Yeah.
great
No
night,
worries.
Good
everybody.
night, noob.
That doesn't do
Good
anything
night.
because
See
it's
you, noob.
green.
See ya.
Later.
Good night.
See you.
Night.
Good night.
Night.
I did
Yeah.
math and I was like, there's only a 33% chance that something bad is going to happen. And I think that was the number 1 and number 5.
Oh boy.
I'm tired as fuck, so I'm going to bed as well. So
Night.
good night, everybody. It
Good
was
night.
fun. It was
Good
a fun
night.
time.
It was a
I'm
good
glad
time.
y'all enjoyed.
Uncontrollable dragon's breath would be
Night, Tom.
pretty
Hilarious.
bad. Yeah, it'd be
Cool and
hilarious.
hilarious.
That's why I went to
Yeah.
the side of the ship.
He'd be
And I was
like,
like, ooh, that's an hour, whatever.
he'd be like,
I'm already
the fish was
halfway.
spicy.
I mean, you almost like I was just like, it did exactly what I thought it would. I'm gonna drink this. Roll a d6.
Oh,
It's
boy.
literally been on my mind this entire time. I'm like, that's a lot of risk, but like, that's something very good.
As soon as
What
it
happens?
hits
I just imagine the funniest thing of him like drinking it and he rolls 3. It's just like,
Oh my gosh.
you,
what
that's
happened?
so funny.
The height of a halfling.
I
It's
have
the
one
same
more.
size.
He does actually. He has one more.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway,
That's so good.
y'all have a good night.
Good
and
night.
Alright.
we will.
Thank you.
Davner, hang out for me, will you?
Okay.
Have a good night,
Ooh.
guys.
Night.
Later.
Night.
Bye.
That is so funny. That is so funny. I don't know if I can like get to my face cam. Let's see. Figure webcam, probably not. But you know what? For brevity's sake, I'm gonna call it a good night. Let's see actually if my husbando is live. Or my best friend, if she is live. She had a headache, but she also had a turn, so I'm not sure. Let's see. So let's go find someone new, right? D&D. I'm gonna scroll down and see what happened. Gaming Brew. Giant Lord Slag versus 10 players. I don't know what that means. But I'm about to find out. /raid. See, boop. Raid. I don't know who you are. I hope you're a nice human. So let's go find out. We're gonna go raid Gaming Brew. If everybody could join, I'd greatly appreciate it. You know, just like supporting other D&D content creators.
Yeller.
I'll see you guys tomorrow for Legends of Alos. Bye.
Sky McSparkle raiding with the 8 viewers. Hey, thanks for the raid. Why do I need to pop up?
Death by 1,000 guts.
What's going on, guys? How was your stream?
20, and then I got a 2. Strength saves. Alright, first one.
Come to watch some world boss fights with 10 players in Living Arena?
No point in even doing the second one.
Correct.
Alright.
I'm just hanging out and watching.
Oh, and I go after Butthole. I forget if I go after him before.
If I go to her butthole, is that what he said?
I think it's before. Yes. I think it goes me, then him, then.
Which was a good, fun ending of today's episode. Excited for more D&D tomorrow. Are you planning again tomorrow? Nice.
Oh, isn't it? Yeah.
Put the swords away.
Half asleep.
I don't know, Ranky's measuring things.
Long day.
Well, if you're in the raid and curious what we're doing,
Right.
this is Living Air now. It's a 5e/MMO. It's almost 40 players. And that's the link if you want to learn how to play with us. We got 4 slots left till we hit 40 players. We got 6 Dungeon Masters and 40 players. It's like a modified Adventures League almost.
Okay.
You get smoked?
It's this one, right?
The one that I moved out.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm gonna action disengage.
I'm still very new to D&D and I know so little. But you're streaming it, right? Were you a Dungeon Master tonight?
Planned. Is it a spell? I think it is.
Oh, you're the player, okay. So you're streaming from a player point of view?
Yep, Inspiring Prayers, so Draga, Zagna, Ori.
That's true, we do have players that never played D&D
Hit
before.
die to heal.
Nice. How many?
Up
As
to a
many as you
spellcasting
want.
Oh,
modifier.
Jesus Christ.
Well, mine's 4, so.
Yeah.
So up to 4.
Are we all allowed to within 20 feet of you?
Yep. Anybody within 20. Oh yeah, you too. Yep.
What class are you playing?
Do I use the bears hit dice or mine?
I don't think a bear has hit dice.
You're gonna make me say how old I am, and that makes me feel bad.
I'm gonna
I've been a DM for over
I
20,
would think it's whatever form you're in, so.
22 years.
I would say that would be the bear, but
I've been 2 months old. I've been a DM since
It would be the bear.
middle of school,
Okay. And what's your spellcasting mod?
and I'm an old 30-year-old dude.
Okay, so we can expend up to 4.
I'm a wizard necromancer from the first one, and a wizard I haven't decided from the other. Okay. Dude, I know I'm old.
I don't expect a lot of healing, and then a lot of healing pops up.
See, we're not old. It's how you feel, right? It's just how you feel. But I am really annoyed that alert didn't pop up from the raid. That makes me mad.
Okay, I'm at max.
Okay. That's my turn. Then.
I just needed you to know.
Oh, Zagna,
I love you.
You could do it too.
Oh yeah, Zagna. We
I
keep
missed
on
one
forgetting
there.
he hits this.
Thank you for that.
He's so
I love you too. I feel 12 unless the
It is a
storm's coming.
testament to how good
And
of a
then your
rogue
bones
he
start to hurt, right?
Alright.
So I was trimming my beard today and I found some gray in it, and then I had a little moment to myself.
Give him the stick.
24 hits.
You got the stick.
I played
Oh,
the
wait,
16, so I'll do
forgot,
pretty
the
good to catch up. There you go,
19
dude.
hits is prone, too. I forgot
Yeah,
about
so that ability's so good.
Same to your husband? He's got the greatest beard too.
Alright, save us. Anyone? Is it? Oh, we have Zephyr's Burn.
The feels.
Do that D10 for Zephyr. There we go.
Here up to me going, no, I'm aging.
Alright, what's Saba doing?
It sucks.
Yeah.
At least for the follow, Sky. See, that's so weird. Like, it pops up for the follow, but it didn't pop up for the raid unless I missed it. So I'm just blind.
I honestly don't want anyone near me. Sapphire still. I'm just going to attack with the tail slam. This one.
Okay, that will hit.
And
Bless you.
bless you.
Thank you.
Played since 14, about 10 years now. Ah, so you're young, dude. You're good.
Yeah, I am really screwed where I'm at, but knife attack.
You've been a DM for almost as long as I've been alive. Well, thanks, Raiden. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it, brother.
That is all I can do because I'm gonna stay right.
Like, hey, you old bastard. You've been a DM for as long as I've been alive.
On the lair, it's kind of pooped. And it can either A, hit one person, or B...
Well, see, the real question is,
flip a coin.
the question of the day today. If you were a sandwich, which type of sandwich would you be?
Oh.
Wise monk.
And it is going to do the tremor.
Right, so younger. It still bashes it out. There you go, dude. Yeah,
Hello?
see?
Hi.
I have experience.
Hey, Sky. Bailey's on my phone.
Oh, hi Bailey. I've rated a pretty cool person.
I know what Thaco means. So
Yeah, Sky says hi, Bailey.
How many times is Hot Tub
Says hi, Sky.
on the ground?
wait, are you older than Vel? Mental age.
I'm not going anywhere. This is only the first time for me.
Because you stopped
Yeah,
for
that's
Dairy
funny.
Queen. The Fates don't care.
There, I fixed my raid alert. It was all fucked up for some reason.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Nice.
You would be a saucy meatball.
I would be.
I'm gonna return the favor. Meatball toasted. If
Oh,
a
I'm
sandwich,
still
gonna make
streaming.